I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
our sound coming back off the buildings, and it was really kind of
Hello, Anneke.
Hello!
Hello!
Hi!
So good to see you. Very welcome to the Italian Brass Week, Anneke.
My pleasure!
We're so happy to have you here.
So, welcome to the Italian Brass Week 2020 online version. Thank you very much to take part. And I think this is the first time, and you are the first with the ancient horns and the ancient instruments taking part in 20 years. You can imagine. So you are the first, but you will be probably helping me to invite next year some musician of your word. Thank you, because you know better than me for sure all the best players. So
excellent.
I think you can start your masterclass. I saw that you was chatting with the students. That's the best way. Choose your own way to deal with Zoom activities, interact, or you can show wherever you want, videos and documents.
Great.
Enjoy.
I will do. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me. I've been looking forward to this for quite a long time. So what I propose doing, if this works very well with all the participants, we've got half an hour. My world covers the whole history of horn playing. Today, when we're playing period instruments, it's not something that's just to do with the 18th century. If I think about the repertoire I play, I was just talking about playing Handel's water music, so we're starting with that sort of era, Handel, Bach and Vivaldi and everything. But the work I do encompasses a huge history of horns. So, for example, in recent years, I've been involved in doing period instrument, historically inspired, informed performances of Janáček, Hindemith, Stravinsky. So it's quite a wide history that we have. And what I thought would be a great thing to do with everybody today, because we've only got a short space of time, I've put some slides together which basically I want to share with you my 3 top tips for successful natural horn playing. The 3 things which I think are absolutely fundamental to being a secure player, to being a flexible player. The thing which I feel about these 3 top tips is that they are actually things which are applicable to all aspects of our horn playing. So even if you're not a hand horn player, if you're not a natural horn player, I hope you will find these useful. So what I propose I do is I'm just going to share these 3 top tips with you. That'll probably take about 10 or 15 minutes. And then I want to field your questions. I want to know any questions you have about any aspect of historic horn playing. Probably the best thing for us to do when we get to that point is there's the chat box, and I can follow what you want to ask. So you can either kind of put your hand up in the Zoom thing or put a question in the chat box. Also, if there's something that comes up when I'm talking, do feel free to put comments in there, and I'll keep an eye on all of those. How does that sound? All good? Excellent stuff. Okay, so if I do this, hopefully, share. Now, can I just have a thumbs up from people? Can you see the screen that says 3 top tips? Is that coming through right? Great. Okay. Top tip number 1. Intonation is the absolute central thing that we're doing. Every so often I hear from people, especially about the hand horn, oh, it's a top A. It's not a very in tune note. And we can very easily just shrug things off and go, it's difficult to play the natural horn in tune. Yeah, there are a lot of things that we have to do to ensure that our intonation is excellent, but we must not be overly forgiving of ourselves when something isn't perfectly in tune. The reason that I have that always as my number 1 cardinal rule is I strongly believe on the hand horn that when people are listening to it, anything which is out of tune offends the ear a lot more than the contrast in colours. So for example, when we go from an open to a stopped note, the audience listening to it actually don't object to so much the timbral differences, but if it's out of tune, that will be much more noticeable, much faster. So we have to really ensure that things are in tune. If we can make sure that things are absolutely perfectly in tune, then we can start to have conversations about, can we open the sound up? Can we maybe make the sound a bit more covered? We can start to explore these colours, but I always like to start from the principal rule of, let's make sure that everything's in tune. So first of all, play in tune. Once we're playing in tune, then we can start to look at things like timbre, the open and closed sounds. And this is mainly because if you're listening to somebody playing the hand horn, if you're listening to somebody playing the natural horn, and it's not perfectly in tune, that really does offend the ear. Okay, so we're talking about playing things in tune, but how are we going to go about doing this? What are the sort of things that we have to be aware of? This takes me to my second rule. The natural harmonics are not to be trusted. They are not our friends. Now, the reason I say this is very often when I have a student coming to me, most people who are playing the natural horn are coming from the point of view of playing the modern horn. And when they go from playing the modern horn to playing the natural horn, we look at the things which are the same and we look at things that are different. So you will all be really familiar with working with the natural harmonics on the modern horn. In fact, I'm certain a lot of you will incorporate the open harmonics, natural harmonics as part of your warm-ups or flexibility exercises, things like this. So it's something, the natural harmonics is something that we're familiar with, we feel quite comfortable and confident with. The thing that's new and different and flashy and we want to get involved with is all the things to do with right hand technique. So we kind of look at that and we go, oh, something new. That's the thing I need to learn. But the natural harmonics have certain qualities to them. That means we have to really focus on them and get to understand them, which gives us a framework for when we're doing the more advanced right hand technique. So a little bit more of what I'm talking about. You'll all be familiar with this. We've got a nice harmonic series here. You'll probably be aware that things like the 7th harmonic, the B flat, the F sharp at the top, the 11th harmonic and the 13th harmonic, the A. For example, if you think of the Britten Serenade, the prologue to that, how Britten actually, he uses these out of tune harmonics. So you'll probably be familiar with these sort of things. But when we start to look at them a little bit more, there's lots of these notes which are a bit problematic. Okay, so for example, the D, the 9th harmonic, the D in the stave, here is something that we get a lot. We'll have the 2nd horn playing the G, the 6th harmonic, and the 1st horn playing the 9th harmonic, the D, that 5th. If the 1st horn player doesn't bring that D down a little bit, that 5th is too wide. So we have to be really careful with this. Another example, and I've been victim to this so many times. The classic example is the last few bars of first movement of a classical symphony, and it's a really bravura ending and you're going for it, the horns are really going for it, and the last interval is for the 2nd horn the 5th harmonic E, and for the 1st horn the 8th harmonic C, and you go for it and then you hear the sound coming back from the hall and that interval is really out of tune. The reason being the low E is a flat note, and if we don't bring it up, that interval is too large. Not only that, if you really go for it, that E gets flatter and flatter and flatter. So these are the issues that we're having to deal with the open harmonics. And if we can really make sure that we've got an understanding of the open harmonics, then it gives us a really nice framework for when we start to do more right-hand technique. The sort of things that I find really useful to do are, we've got so many sources of open harmonic exercises. In fact, if you look at the sort of late 19th century, so a period when the valve horn really had come in, most of the players and teachers of this time would insist on student horn players spending a lot of time just playing open harmonic pieces, because it was believed that that was how you got the true sound of the horn. So you'll see here the chantal exercises. You can find this on IMSLP. There's pages after pages after page of open harmonic exercises. Another thing that you probably already have is go and have a look at Oscar France. He does the same thing. And the one on the right-hand page, I selected this specially because this is the Italian Brass Week, and I love these exercises. They're a bit difficult to get hold of. I don't think they're published at the moment, but Mariani, who was the principal horn of La Scala, he was the teacher in Milan in the late 19th century. He compiled a lot of open harmonic exercises which use the previous generation of Italian masters of the horn. These pieces are really nice and melodic and great fun to play. But what I really recommend you do is get hold of a tuner which does a drone, and then you can have the tuner playing the drone of whatever key you're in. And it's a bit like practicing with a metronome. We're not as in tune in our head as we think we are. It's a bit like we need metronomes to really help ground us in our sense of pulse. If you can have a drone in the key that your horn is in and really listen to where the intervals want to be. So really listen carefully to the feedback of your instrument. One of the nice things about the natural horn is it's a very flexible instrument. We can really bend the notes a lot. So we have to spend some time working out where the instrument really wants to be, where the notes want to gravitate towards. Are they a little high? Are they a little low? Practice loads and loads and loads of open harmonic exercises. Use a drone so you know where you are, and really observe where the instrument wants to be. Now, this is really important. If you're playing natural horn, you will have a huge range of crooks from C alto at the top down to B flat basso and even lower. The harmonics will have the same sort of pattern. The E's will tend to be flat, the D's will tend to be high. But you'll notice if you spend really good time working with your instrument, you'll notice that these tendencies tend to be to a greater or lesser extent on different crooks. And this is what makes you such a secure player, is knowing your instrument really well, knowing that the A alto crook, you might have to adjust a little bit more, or it might be that your D crook has a really, really flat E. But you need to spend a lot of time really understanding the open harmonics on all the crooks. The great thing is, if you can do this, it will give you that framework to a much more efficient right hand technique, and it'll give you great stability. And don't forget, if you're looking to be doing natural horn as part of your career, we don't spend all our time playing Mozart concertos. We don't spend all our time playing Gallet caprices. A lot of the time we're playing Haydn and Mozart symphonies. Those sort of things where it's very rare that you actually have to go into advanced hand technique. And it's those times when you can hear a player who hasn't really worked out where the octaves and fifths and sixths needs to be. Might be that they can play a very flash Mozart concerto, but we really need to get these nuts and bolts sorted. Okay, you need to play in tune. You now know that the open harmonics are not your friends, they're not to be trusted. What are you going to do about this? What's the next stage? I do a lot of stuff using the tips of my fingers and the bell of the instrument. I want you all to try a little game with me. I want you to forget everything you know about being a horn player. Forget everything you know about open and stopped and open and closed and things like this. I want you to imagine that it's your birthday. And I say to you, I've got you a present. Put your hand out. Open your hand out. You would put your hand in front of yourself like this. So everybody, imagine I'm about to give you, it's only a little gift. It's a small gift, but it's a gift nonetheless. So put your hand in front of you. That's your open hand. Now, if I say, close your hand, what do? You bring your fingers back towards the palm of your hand. Now, here we have two pictures from Van der Broek. This is one of the earliest sources we have on how to play the horn. Van der Broek was a Belgian who was in France around the time of the Revolution. He was actually one of the first professors at the Paris Conservatoire, though they quickly had a cull of the teachers. And I love these two pictures, the open hand, and here when he pulls his fingers back. Now this is something that for a lot of us is not really part of how we approach horn playing, but this is a big part of what I'm doing quite often with playing the horn. If I just grab this one here, quite often I'm pulling back the tips of my fingers. Sometimes I'm pulling two fingers down, sometimes I'm pulling fingers underneath. One of the ones I like, and this was passed on to me as something that Francis Orval talks about. If you imagine what you do when you put your thumb down, when you're putting your thumb valve down, but do it here. So I don't know if you can see that I'm moving my thumb. All these little movements really have a massive impact on the intonation, and therefore also we can play with the colors. So the sort of exercises I really recommend doing, again, this is the Franz Strauss exercises. You can find this on IMSLP. It's a really nice exercise to do, in which if you play the first note, then you stop the F sharp. But when you get to the F sharp, what I recommend doing is just doing things like this and seeing what happens to the intonation. So all I'm doing is I'm bringing my tips of my fingers back and forwards and down and things like this. And this fluidity of what I'm doing with the tips of my fingers really helps me get the notes really in tune. So we can use the fingers in our bell to help fine tune. This also means we can start to experiment with making the sound more open or more closed. So what I'd encourage you to do is experiment with this. What happens when you bend back some or all of your fingers? The one I like quite often to use is when I'm sort of, it's that Star Trek thing about yeah, Vulcan hand salute or whatever it is. So just to sum up, number one, cardinal rule, play in tune. Do everything needed to play in tune. Rule number two, open harmonics are not as safe as you may think. Spend time with this, sort this out, know the open harmonics on all your crooks. That will make you a much more secure player. And experiment with using the tips of your fingers and what you do when you can pull back your hand in order to get this goal of playing in tune. So that is kind of all my main points. I've popped that there just in case. We've only got another sort of just shy of 15 minutes. I'm going to take some questions now, but I'm just putting that up there. So if there's any questions that we don't get to explore today, or if in the fullness of time something comes up and you're curious, you can always get back in touch with me. So I'm going to stop sharing now and go back to here. So, hey, okay, Rodrigo, you want to ask about the B minor mass? And Kieran, you've got a question about temperament. I'll start with the B minor mass and then go on to temperament. Any other questions, just bung it in the chat box. Rodrigo, can you speak
Hello.
to me? Hello.
Yes. Hello. I'm a natural horn player. Okay, I try. Okay, this is my horn.
Hey, very nice.
Yes, and I have a discussion with another friends about this B minor mass recently, because it's very difficult take a real idea about the instrument used for to play the mass. I watching you playing the corno da tirarsi.
Ah, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, every day a different choral is very interesting. It's
Yeah.
very interesting for the Baroque playing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to know your opinion about the instrument and the musical needs with this specific piece.
Excellent, brilliant question. The B minor Mass is such a jewel for us. It's such a great piece that we get to play. Now, I'm going to very quickly just raise the whole issues of what's happening with the Baroque horn. Some people might be very aware of this, in which case I'm sorry for covering old ground, but this might be new to other people. I have a horn to hand. 1 second. By the way, one of the things which I so love about teaching online, working from home, I live, this is basically the inside of my head. I've got all these books and instruments, and it's great to be able to just pick up an instrument and show you. So we have a big issue with Baroque brass playing. It's the same for trumpet players, it's the same for horn players, in that if we, I'm not in D, I think I'm in F, right? The natural harmonics, as I said a moment ago, are not in tune. And as soon as we start to play without the hand and the bell, we encounter these issues.
La mano non la mantieni. Allora,
we can for a second we can hear some of the, so in my mind, I do not believe that they were using hand technique for much of the 18th century. The main reason I believe that is it's so rare that you see anything in the horn writing of this period that the trumpets don't do. If the trumpets are able to play F sharp A in tune, the horn players would be as well. The trumpets of this period don't have the same history of hand technique. There is a history of hand technique with trumpets, but that's very specific, it's very French, it's very separate. But trumpet players weren't using hand technique. And there's nothing we get as Baroque horn players that the trumpets don't get. For example, if you do water music, the D major suite, the trumpets play and then the horn players identical material. And I just do not believe that the horn players were using hand technique in order to play what the trumpet players somehow had got figured out. I also think that the people who were using hand technique were often the virtuosos. So especially when you start to look at Leutgeb, when you start to look at Punto, Spandau from Holland, Terschmeit and Palser, I think those were the people who were pushing hand technique, but it was mostly the solo, the chamber, the virtuosic. I think most horn players sitting in most court or theatre orchestras would have been playing with the bells up. And if you look at all the pictures of the time, that shows the same thing. I think the first time we see a picture of a horn player with a hand in the bell, it's Rudolph. In France, it's a portrait called Le Concert Spirituel, and we know it's Rudolph, and we know that he was one of the people using hand technique. So getting back to the B minor Mass and what instruments we can use, at the moment we have three choices. You can use a horn in D and use your hand in the bell, and there's nothing really that comes up in the B minor Mass that the trumpets don't get. So I kind of think using hand technique is, I understand why people do it, but it's not an approach I would take. Also because as soon as you put your hand into the bell, the timbre of the whole entire instrument changes. You have the option to use holes, but that is completely inauthentic. My approach tends to be that if I use holes, I use them as little as possible. So for example, anything where you've got runs, you don't really need to use it. Or you play without holes and you play without hand. I would really recommend, if you haven't already seen it, oh, his name has just escaped me. Really nice horn player. Stefan Katter. Stefan Katter he's performed the Kwanyam. It's on YouTube, and he's not using hand and he's not using holes. I think it's great. It's really impressive performance. But the one thing I would say about this, oh, thank you, Giulio. Hey, thank you. One of the things I would say about this is this. When I'm practicing Baroque horn, if it's an orchestra with whom I'm going to use hand technique, because some orchestras prefer it, or if it's an orchestra with whom I'm going to use holes, because some orchestras prefer it, I always practice without hand and without holes, because that makes me a much stronger player. So that's where I start, and then I bring in either hand or I bring in holes. But I start from the point of view of playing without either. And part of the reason I do this is, do you all know there's a trumpet player, Maderf, who's one of the leading players, one of the leading players for this. He's
very polemic.
Yeah, he's doing really good stuff now, but he didn't start yesterday. He started 25 years ago. And it takes time to learn this approach to playing. But I really think the future of Baroque brass playing is not using hand and not using holes. Does that help?
Yes, of course.
My pleasure.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. The one thing before I get on to Kieran's question about temperament, the thing which I have found helps actually is having a horn built in D, just something without a crook. Yeah, without a crook, just having it built in D. And somebody's mentioned something about the Telemann horn concertos. There is a great recording of the Maderf brothers. There's 3 Maderfs: trumpet player, and horn player. And the horn player and trumpet player brothers have done a great recording of a lot of the Telemann pieces for horn and trumpet, so check it out. Kieran, you were asking about temperament. Can everybody see the question? Can you touch on the temperament of tuning during Mozart and Haydn's time compared to today and its drawbacks? We are all familiar with playing in temperaments. You will all have had that experience of practicing a piece and getting to know a piece really well, and then you stand next to a piano and suddenly, why can't I play? Why am I making stupid mistakes? And it's a lot to do with the fact that we are working with that wretched thing over there where things have been put in a slightly arbitrary place. Now, if you compare that experience to when you play in your horn section and that beautiful feeling, like for example, for me, it's some of the places in Brahms where you just get that chord, the 4 horns, and it just rings. So we are all used to working with temperaments, whether it's something that we're so solid in our brains about or not. The thing I would say about temperaments working with Mozart and Haydn is we need to aim to be flexible with what we're doing. You may be aware of the fact that we have some notes on the natural horn, for example, the top A, where we can play that as an open or a stop note. And this is where temperaments come in. I like to have choices as to where I put that note. And quite often working with wind sections, you start to find that there are places where you need to put the thirds. So I would say when we're looking at temperaments, I don't think there are any drawbacks. I think it's all to do with developing a flexible ear and a flexible way of playing your instrument. I know I've been fortunate enough to do some microtonal contemporary music which exploits the natural predilection of the hand horn. And it's exactly the same thing you're doing there when you're working with contemporary music, this idea of quarter tones and things like this. So I don't think there's any disadvantage. Right, quickly, because we're starting to run out of time. Is there, question, is there aspects of natural horn technique that can be very beneficial on the modern horn? I would say it's all to do with the tuning. I'm really boring on this. The whole thing about playing the natural horn is you have to really be very flexible and you have to be very observant. As soon as you start to do things like playing natural horn in different keys, you're having to recalibrate your ear. So anything like that's going to make you a more resilient player. So yeah, very, very much so. You really have to train your ear. You really have to be very aware of all these things. And hand in hand with that, one of the comments I made earlier was this idea that you need to get to know your instrument and yourself. And that's what spending time working on open harmonics and really observing what you're doing does. So I think the experience of playing natural horn, even if it's not something that's going to be part and parcel of your work, your career, it's going to really show up certain things about your sense of pitch, your sense of intonation, and that's just going to make you a stronger, more resilient, more capable player. And another question, somebody who's never played natural horn and has asked, what is your first step? The great thing is you all have hidden natural horns in your modern horn. That would be my first step. I would explore, these are things that you'll be probably familiar with from warm-ups and things like this. You know, I showed you those open harmonic exercises. See what happens if you turn your modern horn into a horn and D. Just put down first and second valve and spend some time working on those pieces like that. You tend to find that when you try and do things like right hand technique on a modern horn, it's a bit difficult because of the weight of the instrument. For example, there are some notes where I have to take my hand out of the bell in order to play it, and that's not really very easy to do on a heavy modern horn. But go and use your modern horn as a natural horn and get a sense of it that way. That was where I started. I first started by fooling about on my modern horn, and then I got a piston horn that the valve's been taken off, and bit by bit I kind of got further towards having this ridiculous collection. So brilliant. Yeah. Any other questions? Anything I haven't covered? Look, it's been a real pleasure. I hope you've all had a wonderful week. You know how to get hold of me. If anybody has any auxiliary questions either now or in the future, I'm always happy to geek out about any aspect of horn playing. So thank you very much.
Okay, and check of that meneer Bescheid.
It was wonderful to listen to your masterclass, and I'm sure the students enjoy. And hopefully we will be in touch, and I would like to invite you to my school in Florence to give you a masterclass to my kids. Because I'm basically hopeless with your instrument. I play the other one. But I'm
sure I can sort you out. I'm sure I can help.
I'm sure I will be in the masterclass learning for you. Thank you very much, Anneke. And we need to keep going. We have the Mexican group just right after you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ciao,
Anneke.
Anneke.
My pleasure. Ciao.
Thank you.
Okay. So, wonderful masterclass by Anneke Scott. And now we start our next program with chamber music for brass. So, brass musicians, when they play together, are playing chamber music. And during these days, okay, I asked many of the groups to give masterclass, but I choose personally the one that I find in this week most relevant for repertoire, how to perform, how to make a show, and you know, many different prospects. Because when you make a show, you need to play well, you need to be communicative, you need to be spectacular, you need to be smart enough to attract the people. So these four that I choose, I think they are the most attractive. Of course, I could ask the bass and brass because they are extremely great players, but there are so many. So I choose the quintet or quartet. So we start now with the M5 Mexican Brass Quintet. And I hope we have in Zoom Alex and his band. We don't? Okay, I'll do that. Okay, so we give a sponsor, and we'll be right back when Alex will be in the Zoom room. Hope many people will be in the Zoom room and watch it in YouTube in any case.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Alex.
Hello!
Hello.
Hey, ciao, Alex. How are you?
Like in a good old Mexican manner, my guys disappeared. I just had them in the Zoom, and who knows where they are.
Okay, don't worry, they will be back, and you can just adjust. If you, of course, you can start your masterclass for the M5 Mexican Brass Quintet, but as soon they will be in, please coordinate them. If you wanna just add them and talk, because I think it's better that you're doing that directly.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, they have all the data. They just come in when they come in. I don't know what happened.
By the way, Alex. Alex, your video, blast, rock.
Did you like it? Oh, this is great.
I love it. I love it. We give it, I think, already 2 or 3 times in the highlights of the festival. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, not only the playing, but it's the show in itself and all the beautiful place that you choose to film. Te quiero, hermano. Yo tengo un nuevo hermano.
Espero que nos vamos a conocer en persona un día en este siglo.
No, lo voy a organizar, voy a preguntar ayuda del Ministerio de los Esteros de México por traerte in Italia. È una promessa.
Fantastico. Molto piacere conoscerti.
Molto piacere mio.
Ciao.
Okay, you can start your masterclass if you quiere hablar un poquito más con él. ¿Tenés contacto de México?
Ja, hat gerade gemerkt, dass ich auch noch hier bin.
You speak it in German now. No?
I only said hello to him in German.
Nothing to do with German.
We are Germans, and we keep in English. He's German.
Alex, are you German?
He's German, exactly, yes.
Nessuno è perfetto, eh?
Wirklich?
Wirklich?
Ja.
We are completely
Glaube nicht.
international.
Das ist nicht möglich.
Exactly, and we wanted an explication how the German is going to Mexico, from Mexico going to the United States and making a Mexican quintet in the United States. So what happened there?
Yeah, well, the first thing, hello everybody. My 4 Mexican friends are somewhere in cyberspace. They say they can't get in, but we start. They will come eventually. In Mexico, everybody comes 20-30 minutes later.
Minimum.
It's true.
1 hour.
Funny. Yeah, well, basically, I lived 15 years in Mexico, as well as you did.
The same, yeah.
And I moved 2 years ago to the United States. It's 2018, I get this professorship here in Atlanta, but before I lived in Mexico, and this is of course where we met and where we founded the group.
Okay.
Ja.
Fantastic.
Und wo kommst du aus in Deutschland?
Ich komme aus Weimar, aber
Weimar, wirklich?
Ja, ich habe 22 Jahre in Berlin gelebt.
Ich war da, ich war Solochornistin mit der Deutschen Rundfunk. 4 Jahre.
Wow.
Ja, in Weimar, ich habe Male 2 gespielt. Und ich war immer da für Nietzsche.
Cool.
Ja. Toll.
Yeah, Weimar is a beautiful city. It's absolutely stunning.
It's wonderful. I played several times there, and I love the city. Small, but very unique. Lots of culture.
Yeah. Look, I have not, my Mexican colleagues are not here, but my other Mexican colleague is here.
Wow, he's the best. He's the best.
Hello.
He's a Mexican man.
He's a Mexican man.
What a beautiful.
Cool.
So Alex, take your time and just enjoy the masterclass.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the other guys, but we just start. I think that's the best at this
Probably
point.
they should get out of the Zoom room as you did and log in again. Maybe then it's working.
Yeah, I told them.
And meanwhile, you just start with your masterclass.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
wonderful.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Go for it.
So, does everybody speak English? Wonderful, perfect. And I think let's make it that simple. We had planned to just basically have a talk among the 5 of us. They say they can't get in at this point. So if you have a question, just unmute yourself or raise your hand or whatever, or and otherwise I just talk about what we wanted to talk about. And well, my name is Alex. I'm very happy to have this chat with you. And basically what we mainly wanted to talk about is how do you maintain a group healthy? Which is, I think, for chamber music freaks, probably the biggest question.
Alex, I have this recipe.
Yes.
Good beers.
I know. Yeah, this is what Jose, our tour player, said in the video we did. He said he's with M5 because there is a lot of food, a lot of drinking, and a lot of traveling. And then there's also music. Yeah. No, basically, I think the main problem with groups worldwide, and it doesn't matter which country it is that people fight too much, and then they take it too serious, and then the whole thing goes down. And I mean, I can say in the 15 years that I lived in Mexico, there have been probably 5 quintets being founded and tried to do something, and usually they disappear after 2 rehearsals or 1 concert. And the first tour they come back with 5 different airplanes because they don't talk to each other, and that is a very common thing. Hey, there's Oscar. Oscar, how did you do this?
Hey, hello. Hey, I am good. Good morning for me.
Yeah, this is Oscar.
Hello, Oscar. This is Luca Benucci welcoming you.
Hi, very, very nice to meet you. I am Oscar.
Nice to meeting you. Bienvenido.
Oscar, this is Luca.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, so Oscar and me started the quintet in 2005. We played together in the same orchestra. Basically, we auditioned together for the same orchestra and got the job the same day. And that day we founded M5. And it was 2 years later that things started to become very serious because we suddenly had an agent in San Francisco. And so things went very big very soon. And a lot of concerts, a lot of touring, and of course, nobody had planned that from the beginning. And maybe we can talk about this a little bit, because apparently in these COVID times, we're back to basic. So you don't do things for money these days. You do things because you like to do things. And this is how we started, right, Oscar?
Yeah, we started actually only for the music. We love it, the music. We play a lot of music every day. Alex and me play in the same orchestra, and so we play a lot of concerts in 2008, right, Alex?
Yeah. Basically, the first 3 years, 2005, 6, 7 until 2008, we just played and played and played, and we rehearsed every day after the orchestra rehearsal, like friends getting together, and this is how probably every group starts. And arranged pieces, got arrangements, and ate music. Like you eat things you like. We ate and played, and everything was for free, and everything was very like a hobby. And the hobby became, well, up to a certain level very soon, and then the business started. But I believe the main problem for many projects is that they think about the business before the project actually exists, and so people want to make money before they actually have a group, or before they actually have a program of 1.5 hours or 2 hours, or before they have played that program 20 or 30 times, you know. So I think these times and right now with this virus make us reflect about how things should start. There's always a first step, and the first step is do things because you are passionate about them. And this is, I think, our story, Oscar, right? That we just played.
Yeah, exactly.
And we still do this, and this is the reason I believe why we're still very good friends, because we always made nothing more important than having fun with each other.
Yeah, we are like a family, like a married, like brothers. I think it's the ¿cómo puedo decir? Es el éxito de este grupo, o que se ha mantenido, es porque somos realmente como una familia. Sí, donde ha habido alguna cierta diferencia a lo mejor en elegir la música, pero al final no tocamos algo si, digámoslo, siempre lo hacemos por democracia. Si si 3 estamos decididos por una pieza que nos encanta, entonces lo hacemos. Pero si la mayoría de las veces coincidimos.
Yeah. By the way, there's Jose. Yeah. Jose Lopez. Jose, say hello. Oh, you can unmute yourself. So you quítate el micrófono, Jose. This is our tuba player, and Oscar just said it is like a family. It is well, I prefer a brotherhood than marriage, right? And Oscar said from the very beginning we would do things like kind of very democratically. In a quintet, you always have 3 and 2, right? If 3 agree with one thing and the other 2 have a different opinion, then you do what the 3 say. So this is how we choose repertoire. This is how we choose certain decisions. José, buenos días.
Hola, muy buenos días. ¿Cómo están? Es un gusto saludarlos.
How's everybody doing?
Un poco tarde, pero estamos.
Does anybody of you guys here in the Zoom have a question? You want us to talk about a certain specific subject? No? Well, then we just go on talking. Perfect. Yeah. So basically, we are in the subject right now. How do you maintain a group healthy? And I think the very first thing is you have to make a group healthy before you can maintain it healthy. And there are those 2 pillars. Hay los dos pilares, que es la música y es lo humano. The human relationships and of course the music. If the music is shit, there's not much to talk about. But if the music is great and people can't well with each other, there's nothing to talk about either, because there's no future for the project. So we always made it very, very important to stay friends and to be friends. And if you think about when you start touring, you spend so much time with each other. José, Oscar, ¿están de acuerdo que a veces en las giras es más tiempo juntos que con la familia, ¿no? Sometimes it's more time than you spend with your family.
Yo por eso decía que prácticamente somos como una familia todo el tiempo, no solo cuando estamos de viaje. Inclusive yo pienso que una prueba de fuego para un grupo de cámara es hacer este tipo de tours. Tan largos, creo que el más largo que hemos hecho fue de 2 meses.
Yeah, Oscar says, well, it is like a family, and even in a family you have different opinions and you have sometimes confrontations, but the recipe over long term is that you always find a compromise. You always find, okay, you have a different opinion than me, that's why we don't have to hate each other. We just disagree in this case. And Oscar says the test for a group is always when you start touring, when you spend more time with each other than you would usually with your wife, your girlfriend, your lover, with whoever you live. So we would always make it very important to be friends also outside of the group, to be friendly and to care for each other. And we have some questions coming in, by the way. One says, how do we build a sound in the group? Yeah, chiquito, ahora no, estamos trabajando. So, Oscar, José, ¿cómo construimos el sonido, la sonoridad como quinteto? ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Déjanos hablar de eso.
Bueno,
José.
Sí, claro, aquí estoy. Mira, en lo personal siempre hemos buscado la forma de que haya una unión entre los 5 sonidos.
Yeah, we have always tried to find that there is a union, that there is something in common of the 5 different sounds, because you have, of course, 5 very, very different personalities in a group.
Sí, pero siempre pensando en la idea de que la tuba tiene que tener el color para poder cubrir los demás instrumentos.
Jose says tuba needs a certain color in order to cover all the other instruments. Of course not.
Eso es lo que ha ayudado a que M5 tenga un color diferente. Yo creo que es una particularidad que el sonido de los 5 es totalmente diferente a otros grupos.
Yeah, so Jose says it is very important that you really try to find a similar concept, a similar color, a similar description of the sound, and also articulations have to be similar. I mean, this is like the main rules for chamber music, but we play a lot together, and also we start every rehearsal doing certain things, for instance, in unison together. Oscar, ¿quieres hablar un poco de cómo ensayamos?
Yep. Sí, exactamente, eso es lo que acabas de decir. Tiene que ver que estamos siempre abiertos a hacer ejercicios o los mismos ejercicios juntos. Yeah. Respiramos juntos, nos tomamos de 20 minutos de...
Yeah, we're all very open. The five of us are open to do exercises together. Mostly the same exercises because we know they work for us. To do breathing exercises together, not only before concerts but also before or in rehearsals, and to do exercises that go around. Let's say, imagine the five of us sit in a circle and we play things and they go around and everybody can hear everybody, and the idea is that we sound similar. We will always sound different because we're different people, but that we get a similar idea.
Yes.
And I give you, Oscar, ¿tienes tu instrumento contigo?
Sí.
¿Podrías tomarla?
Buenos días.
Yeah. In Mexico, it's 7:30. For instance, what we do a lot is we play an exercise, whatever exercise it is. One plays it, and then one by one repeats it, and then the next tone chromatically down. One plays it, one by one repeats it. So everybody can always hear everybody, and this goes to the first theme also, because you don't have to discuss. You play too sharp, you play too bright, you play too dark. Everybody can hear it. So you can avoid these musical fights. You know, this don't play so hard, don't play so short. Or this is when people start fighting, because somebody thinks they are right and everybody else fights back. And we tried to avoid that very soon. For example, Oscar, hacemos lo de las campanas, huh? So we do exercises, for instance, like this. Okay. Oscar, are you ready? Okay. I'm sorry. For example, that is a very, very simple exercise. You just play a bell tone. D. So, and when you go around, you might have 5 complete different bell tones. And then the goal is to make these 5 bell tones sounding similar articulation, similar sound. Juan Carlos, our horn player, just sneaked in. Hello.
Hola, hola, hola. Buenas tardes a todos.
Bienvenido.
Good afternoon from Juan Carlos. Yeah, so, and another exercise, for instance, let's do the with articulation, Oscar. And so on. You know, you could do any kind of exercise, but you always go around. And in our experience, the cool thing is the less you talk and the more you just hear and adapt, the less you find. And this is a very, very healthy musical set, right? Chaparro, estamos hablando de cómo mantenernos vivos y razonables y como amigos, si quieres.
Pues llegué tarde, pero ¿qué es lo que se ha dicho? Ponme al tanto.
No, tú di lo tuyo.
Bueno, pues ahorita cada quien en casa haciendo lo suyo. Cuando estamos juntos, pues haciendo este tipo de ejercicios y también hablando, platicando entre nosotros, cómo estás, haciendo, bueno, lo que es humanamente o entre nosotros bueno para nosotros, ¿no? Así.
Yeah, so Juan Carlos says, of course, at home, everybody practices what they practice, the way they practice, the routine, the warm-up. Everybody's different. But when we get together as a group, we do these exercises together. So we have a certain set of exercises, and they also change that we do in order to become one, and which is basically the idea of chamber music. That you don't have one guy playing and the other guy, just simple things. So really trying to get the same bow, to get the same articulation, to get a very similar color. And the best thing to do this is just listening to each other instead of talking about it. ¿No?
Ya, y también nos ha ayudado mucho a hacer ejercicios de estiramiento y también un poco de yoga, gracias también a Alex que nos ha inducido a ejercicios de meditación.
Yeah,
y eso justamente antes de un concierto, antes de un ensayo, ayuda mucho.
Yeah, we also
el sonido, crear la misma energía.
So and it's not only about creating the same sound, it is basically about creating the same energy. So, yeah. And the same, there's Charlie, our trombone player. Hey, there he just came in. So we try to create the same energy. We do stretching, we do breathing exercises, we do yoga. For instance, what we can do now, the five of us are here together. We have like a ritual of things we do before a concert. Si quieren, hacemos lo de los 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For instance, if you wanna stand up with us, who's live, just stand up. It will not be synchronized because it's not. But so it's an exercise that actors do. So we do 8 times here, 8 times here, 8 times here, 8 times here, then 4, 4, 4, 4, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, and at the end we jump. So, and this is a great exercise. First, it's really funny, it's really energetic, and it creates this kind of union. And with this union, you want to go to the stage. You want to go out and be actually happy that you go out on stage. Let's try this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is really funny because it's not together. Anyway.
Y esta energía que se crea es lo que nos ayuda a mantener nuestro sonido como grupo. Cada vez que hacemos un ensayo, cada vez que vamos a iniciar una pieza, hacemos este tipo de ejercicios. Y siempre estamos exactamente con esta sonrisa, siempre estamos riendo todo el tiempo.
Yeah.
Aunque es muy temprano por acá.
Although it is early in Mexico, it's like if you do this, you immediately have a smile in your face. So, and there is no better recipe. There is no better recipe than doing something with a smile on your face. And for us, these things work very well. To do a breathing exercise together and to have all the same sound in the air, the same speed in the air, very different things. And what you what you want to try is to create the same vibe when you go on stage. And we do this usually 15 minutes before a concert, right? Como 15 minutos, 20 minutos, 15 minutos antes.
Más o menos.
So when we have a concert, we always meet 20 minutes before the concert backstage in a circle, and we do these things. So and they really work. I mean, for us, they work. Charlie.
Alex, en el chat, Alex.
Ah, okay.
Alex, hay una pregunta en el chat.
Okay. How do you work during rehearsal? Okay. How do you work during rehearsal? We're already talking about it. We started about, do you have a plan during rehearsal? Okay, ¿cómo trabajamos en los ensayos? Tenemos un plan, cómo trabajar en entonación, en sonido, hacemos ejercicios, pues ya lo hemos hablado,
Básicamente,
¿no?
Básicamente. Respiración, ejercicios de respiración, calentamiento del cuerpo, ejercicios con campanas, escalas, notas largas de acordes, diferentes tipos
de acordes. Muchas cosas en unísonos.
Yeah. Unísono. So basically, we already talked about breathing exercise. We talked about body exercises, yoga, stretching, etc. And we do a lot of things unison together. For instance, playing simple scales. You would be. We can't do this here because it's not synchronized. Juan Carlos says we do long tones together. For instance, you play a C major scale, da, like this. Very simple, but the 5 unison, and you will always figure out which are the notes that are sick, and you don't have to talk about those notes. Everybody hears it, and you go through all the scales. See, so los ejercicios que hacemos pasamos por todas las escalas, ¿no?
Sí, y también se trata de que, exactamente, matices, la misma articulación.
Yeah, so for instance, when we do whatever exercise it is, you can just listen to dynamics. You can listen to dynamics and you can listen to articulation. And if somebody plays louder than the others, you don't have to talk about it. That somebody can hear, right? Or if somebody plays, let's say, and everybody else plays, that is very apparent, and you try to get it together. So there's nobody who is always right. Nobody's always right. There's always a common sense in music making. ¿Sí? Hay un sentido común en hacer la música.
Y dentro de nuestros ensayos también siempre estamos soplando y cantando las melodías. Eso nos evita tocar demasiado tiempo o mantener el instrumento en la boca. Y es también dentro del escenario que empezamos a movernos trabajando con esto, la memoria.
Yeah, and Oscar mentions a very important thing when you rehearse a lot, or 3 or 4 hours, so that you don't tire yourself out. We blow the air. We do a lot of, the air exercise, or we sing a phrase together. Let's say from letter A to letter B, let's sing as much in tune as possible, but really singing or blowing the air. Like that example, because we had that in our video. And you hear a lot of things just from blowing the air together. Ya se escucha mucho soplando. Si uno sopla más, el otro sopla menos.
Ajá.
Ahí nos damos cuenta y es el resultado, si tocamos demasiado corto o demasiada tensión en los labios, eso también se nota.
Yeah, so you can, for instance, when you blow air, Oscar says you can hear if somebody blows the air with a lot of pressure, or somebody else is. So these things fix.
Como flauta.
Yeah, like let's say you blow the air like a flute, or you blow the air like a machine gun. So you can hear that, and you just modify things.
Sí, y también a final de cuentas, cuando son ese tipo de articulaciones, la música es la que da la razón, ¿no?
Yeah, we have a next question. Give me a second. When you play, when you play the exercises together, do you have everyone use someone else's warm up for the time until the next rehearsal to see if anyone in the group can benefit from it. Se están preguntando si compartimos diferentes calentamientos.
Sí. O sea, cuando estamos en el círculo, cuando estamos calentando, siempre cada uno va sugiriendo, por ejemplo, un ritmo, diferente ritmo con las escalas. Y entonces de esta manera trabajamos tanto como los estilos, como los volúmenes, y cada uno va agregando, si quiere, por ejemplo, alguien quiere tocar muy suave la pieza o el ejercicio, entonces cada uno va diciendo qué ejercicio hacer.
Alex ya se fue.
Ya viene.
Okay. He's come.
Yeah, Liam, my little boy, had a urgency.
Sí, Alex, decía yo que por la pregunta, ¿no? Si cada uno compartimos ejercicios de calentamiento, sí. Hacemos ejercicios de tuba, hacemos ejercicios de corno.
Yeah, we do this. To the question.
Siempre trompetas.
To the question, we share exercises, so we try exercises that the tuba player comes up with, the horn player comes up. We try them, and some really work great for everybody, and others not so. But first, you try. We always try things. This is what we do. Hello.
Ajá, ahí estás. Sí.
También había otra pregunta de si podríamos mencionar cuál es nuestro compositor favorito.
De cada uno.
I love played a lot Bach. I love play Bach for me.
My little boy is unhappy. He wants daddy time. I'm very sorry, guys.
¿Qué repertorio es el que más les gusta a cada uno, Alex?
Well, que cada uno lo diga. I love the Baroque repertoire.
Ya, creo que para todos nos gusta mucho Bach, ¿no? Para todos, creo.
Para mí también lo barroco, pero también la música para quinteto, por ejemplo, Cayman y
original, ¿cómo se llama? Pues.
Las cosas originales para quinteto, como el Cayman,
Kevin McKee,
o Kevin McKee, o la Casbah.
Yeah, we all agree that we like Baroque music very much. We like Bach, to play Bach, which is always a challenge, and it's always a big pleasure. And we also like these original compositions. For instance, Kevin McKee, or Kerry Turner, the Casbah of Tetuan, which was originally a horn piece. There's great, very flashy pieces for a quintet. Okay.
Sí, una de las ventajas que tenemos, por ejemplo, con la Casbah es que la música nos ayuda para poder meter mucha coreografía, muchas ideas a la hora de tocar.
So Jose says the cool thing about new pieces written for quintet is they give us a lot of ideas about choreographies, about creating a story which comes with a choreography, with movements, and eso nos lleva al tema de tocar de memoria, ¿no? Which basically takes us straight to the theme of playing by memory, because you can't do things on stage if you don't play by memory. If you have to read, you will always be static on the stage. But in the moment you start playing by memory, there's an infinity of opportunities opening up.
Exacto.
Una vez que comenzamos a tocar de memoria y después hicimos conciertos con atril, jamás volvió a ser lo mismo. Sentimos que hay una barrera y hay algo que nos ata al atril.
Yeah. So Oscar just said, since we play by memory, which started like in 2007, we really didn't want to go back, because in the moment we play live. Sometimes we do that. We play a concert with one or two pieces just for that concert, which are on the music stand, and we just feel something is strange. It is really funny. So for us, it became an essential stamp of our group, an essential part of who we are, or an identity that we play by memory. ¿Quieren hablar de qué es para ustedes individualmente tocar de memoria? ¿Cómo es la diferencia?
Claro que sí. A mí me ha ayudado muchísimo en la situación de que tenemos mucho más conexión con el público. Es una desventaja a la hora de, en el caso de la tuba, que te tienes que mover un poco por el peso y toda esa situación, pero la realidad es que la conexión, el estar junto a la gente ha ayudado muchísimo y a la gente le encanta tener a los músicos cerca.
Yeah, so Jose says one huge advantage of playing by memory is that you can interact with your audience. You can interact in a way which is only possible if you can look at them, if you can get close to them, if you can, you know, just really interact also physically. And Jose says for him as a tuba player, of course, this is all more challenging because the tuba is very heavy to walk around and jump around, but well, bad luck, Jose.
Tocar de memoria, a mí me da una conexión con el público, es grato mirarle a los ojos y más cuando puedes sacarle una sonrisa con lo que estás haciendo, si ves que está disfrutando.
Yeah, Oscar says for him to play by memory causes him a huge pleasure because he can, as well as Jose said, he can look at the audience, and when you look at the audience, you can actually catch the audience reaction right back, which I would say too becomes your energy, because it's not only never forget. I think one of the biggest mistakes of brass players is that they think they play for brass players. But usually we play for people who have no idea about anything, what we do, and they are there for the music. So, and when you can catch from that audience energy something back to you, that becomes what you do on stage as well. La energía del público se convierte en nuestra energía.
Sí, claro.
And you can't do that if you can't see the audience, if you can't look at them because you're looking at a piece of paper. It's a very big difference.
Además de que es emocionante tocar de memoria por todas las situaciones que pasan cuando estás cansado, se te olvida una parte, es emocionante también, pero siempre tienes que estar al 100 tocando de memoria.
Yeah, and Juan Carlos says also musically, of course, when you play by memory, you have to be very well prepared and you have to be 100% concentrated. So usually you play better. You just play better when you go on stage with something by memory. And well, it's more work, isn't it?
Sí, también cuando el tocar de memoria, aparte de cuando estás en el quinteto, haces otros ejercicios y siento que todo ya lo tocas de memoria, pues. Lo estudias un rato, pero te lo aprendes de memoria ya. Se te facilitan más las cosas para aprendértelas.
Poco a poco es más rápido aprender de memoria.
Charlie says once you start getting used to play by memory, this kind of bleeds in your other habits, the habits for yourself. When you practice, you play things by memory very, very soon because it becomes a habit of what you do, and you just play better this way. And Juan Carlos says the more you do this, the easier it becomes. So you become. Oh man, this is funny. Cool. What else have we got? Question? Yeah, everybody here in the chat, do you guys have a question? You want us to talk about something?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Buenos días y saludos desde Holanda.
Hola.
Buenos días.
Mi pregunta es, quería saber que si tienen buenos arreglos para quinteto de música de mariachi u otra música mexicana. My question is, do you have arrangements for brass quintet of mariachi music or other Mexican music? Gracias.
Oscarín.
Yeah.
Oscar's a librarian.
Sí tenemos arreglos de música mexicana, por supuesto, como había comentado en la entrevista anterior, José, tenemos amigos y compañeros que afortunadamente han escrito para nosotros y nos han dedicado sus arreglos de música mexicana, muy, muy bonita música mexicana. Como saben, México está nutrido de cada estado tiene su música regional, entonces tenemos arreglos tanto como de música michoacana, música de Chiapas, música del Estado de México, de Oaxaca también, y de Veracruz tenemos un bonito son que incluso lo integramos al disco. Entonces sí hacemos y vamos por el lado de la música mexicana, y creo que a eso se debe el éxito en los conciertos, a que el público puede apreciar música de todos los géneros, y al final siempre les damos el toque final con la música mexicana, que creo que les ha encantado.
Yeah. So Oscar says, of course we do have arrangements for Mexican music, because kind of every concert of us leads into the Mexican repertoire, which makes the group also different. So we play things that people would expect, and we play things that nobody expects. Mexico is very rich musically, so there are 32 states in Mexico, which means there are kind of 32 countries, and each state has a very, very, very different tradition. So we have friends who arrange for us. We arrange things ourselves, but maybe, and I add that to what Oscar says, Mexican brass doesn't mean that we play mariachi, because we're not mariachi. When we play Mexican music, we play them with our sound idea. We play them with M5 idea. So we do have things, and we also have some things, Nick, we can share. I mean, I guess your question goes there, right?
Sí, porque cuando hemos ido a lugares, ven M5 Mexican Brass y piensan que es mariachi.
It happens very often. It happens very often to us that we come to a place we've never been, and people expect Mexican brass, well, that we play mariachi. But then when we start the concert and they notice, oh,
it's not.
What is that?
Okay, guys.
Mariachi, so you can combine Bach and mariachi.
Okay, Nick, we love you, and I love everyone, Alex and all the M5 Mexican Brass Quintet, but we need to, first of all, I want to thank you. Gracias a todo el mundo por este contributo de la tu experiencia, de tu música, de tus ideas, de todo. Thank you very much for the contribute with your ideas, your way of playing, how to arrange, and all what you said. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. But we have waiting Eric from the American Brass Quintet for the same kind of masterclass. So first of all, we thank, of course, our sponsor. Thank you very much all. Go to another room with American Brass Quintet in 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Gracias a todo el mundo.
Gracias.
Viva México. Viva México.
Viva Italia.
Viva Italia.
Italia. Italia.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
A DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
Hey!
Hey, Eric.
Eric,
Luca.
how you doing?
Hello, Tanya.
Ciao.
Doing well. Ciao,
Welcome
nice
to the
see
Italian
you.
Brass Week. We are very happy to have you here.
You're very welcome. Now, I mean, I can talk to you. You was already part of the show with the concert, but we are very happy that now you can give some suggestion to the students and through Zoom, through Facebook and YouTube. So, do you have any topic that you want to present?
Yes, thank you, Luca, so much for having us. We're so thrilled to be part of this festival. Finally, we've been following you for years and years and just so impressed and amazed at what you've been able to do. And this year, although we're sad we're not with you there, we're so happy to be a part of this tremendous lineup. What a terrific thing you've created this summer. It's very, very impressive, so thank you.
Lots of work.
Oh man!
But luckily, everyone like you and all the others made this become reality. Because without your help, I wouldn't be able to do all the shows. So thank you to groups and you and all the others to make it possible.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Good teamwork, then, I guess.
Yes, yeah.
So we're here. American Brass Quintet is here. Louis Hanslick, John Rojak, Michael Powell, and Kevin Cobb, I believe, is on his way. He's having a little bit of some connectivity issues, but we're here to talk a little bit about the American Brass Quintet and our history and what we stand for, what we do, and what's important to us. So we're very happy to have that conversation. And I just wanted to open this up that people attending, hello, welcome, thank you for being here. Please feel free at any time, if you'd like, to use the chat box to ask questions, so that you don't forget, and then I'll sort of keep an eye on that and make sure we get to your questions as we go. Okay, does that sound good? All right, so yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about the history of the ABQ to start off, and Louis, John, you want to take that?
Yes.
I can,
Awesome.
I can jump in. Hi, everybody. This festival has been spectacular. It's really amazing. Actually sucked down the rabbit hole.
Okay, are you about to start? Everything's fine there?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Luca, bravo.
we're good.
Bravissimo.
Grazie, grazie.
I was saying that I've lost the whole week watching all this all the amazing classes and concerts. I've been staying up late because I can't watch it live. It's too early here at 7:30 in the morning in Colorado, where I am. I also want to raise a toast to celebrate Italian Cocktail Week. It's been great to watch that stuff too. But I'm here to talk about the history of the American Brass Quintet. ABQ was started, really the seeds were planted in the 1950s. Arnie Fromm was the founding trombonist, and he actually trademarked the name American Brass Quintet back in the 50s when he was playing in the San Antonio Symphony in Texas. In the late 50s, he moved from San Antonio to New York City and started playing chamber music in various forms with brass players, some freelancers, just people around who were interested in playing small ensemble brass music. And finally, in 1960, they decided to have a quintet, which wasn't that obvious because at that time, there was still a question whether the brass chamber music ensemble would be a quartet, a quintet, or a sextet. And there were quite a few sextets that had been written then. But they decided to have a quintet. There was a lot of Renaissance music that was being played, and a few new pieces had been written. The New York Brass Quintet had made some success back at that time. But they decided to go with the quintet, and they decided to use tenor trombone and bass trombone on the bottom rather than tuba. Also then it wasn't so unusual because there were very few brass quintets. So to have tuba or bass trombone was a real choice, and they decided that the blend of the group, especially for the Renaissance music they were playing, the early music, worked better with the trombones. So there was a more homogeneous blend, especially when the trumpets moved to flugelhorns. And there are times through the history where it's hard to distinguish what instrument is playing which voice because it is so blended with flugels through horn and through the trombones. I'm going to see if I can screen share.
I made you the host, Rojak, so you should be able to.
I'm gonna. Where'd it go? Okay, I'm going to share screen. I think what's going to come up first is a picture of one of the links. I've got 3 links of Cosmic Brass open right now. Oops. And I'm going to show you the family tree. There's a photo of one of the early groups. This is Bob Biddlecombe, who was my immediate predecessor. He was in the group for 28 years. Ronnie Anderson, magnificent trumpet player, played in the City Ballet and actually premiered a lot of contemporary trumpet solos. Bob Heinrich was the other trumpet player. He was one of the originals. Arnie Fromm. And this is Dick Hoppy, who was in the Pittsburgh Symphony. Here's our family tree. Starting 1960, you can see in the 1960s there was a lot of personnel turnover. You see some names you may recognize. Gil Cohen was the original bass trombonist, but in 1962 he joined the New York Philharmonic on second trombone. He played there for a few decades. Edberg. Well, Jerry Schwartz, who's well known now as a conductor, was a brilliant trumpet player, and he was 18 when he joined the group, and he played in ABQ for about 4 years until he became principal trumpet of the New York Philharmonic when he was about 21. Lou Ranger played. Ray Mace, now we start to see the names spread out a little bit. You'll see Ray Mace 1973, and then you'll see Louis Hanslick 2013. You see Dave Wakefield 1976, Eric Reed 2014. So now we've got some longevity. Ray Mace was in for 41 years, Dave for 38. Mike Powell 1983 till still going. So he's in his 4th decade with the group. I just am in my 30th year now. So between Kevin Cobb joining in 1998, the group didn't change for 16 years until Louis came in. Louis's first concert was actually February of 2014. So we had a very long stretch of personnel. And when we do have personnel changes, we have a pretty intense audition, and a lot of it entails an interview. So we are trying to make sure that the people are compatible with our way of thinking. You know, of course, we're looking for the best players for quintet and just, you know, brass players. Oops, go away. But we do make sure that the philosophical ideas are the same. And the mission of the quintet, since it was started, was to try to establish the brass quintet as serious chamber music, to be similar to string quartets, which had been around for hundreds of years, and piano trios, also very established, particularly through the Romantic era. But quintets were fairly new, and brass chamber music was not established on chamber music series or in that sort of echelon with other chamber groups. In around 1962, the guys decided to be taken seriously. They would start to need to develop a serious repertoire and started commissioning composers, first of which was Charles Wittenberg with a piece called Triptych, which was like a rookie hitting a home run in his first time at bat in the major leagues. It's a spectacular piece, and we've resurrected it every several years. Really terrific piece. And since then, we've continued that mission. One of the things Kevin's immediate predecessor, Chris Gecker, used to say was, he said once, the more we stay the same, the more unique we become. And that's staying the same is actually doing something different all the time, in that we're always creating repertoire, we're always commissioning pieces. We have several major premieres each season, generally 3 or 4 new works that are brought into the repertoire, and many certainly great pieces that have entered. Actually, I heard this week Copperwave by Joan Tower, one of our great commissions. Certainly many groups around the world play music of Eric Ewazen, Colchester Fantasy, and Frostfire of David Sampson, particularly morning music, but he's got about 6 other excellent brass quintets. So the mission has stayed true. We try to really play music that has at least its roots in brass. Modern pieces, 20th and 21st century pieces, are for brass quintet and mostly written for ABQ, although we try to make sure the composers, since there are so many groups with different instrumentation, make sure that the composers write pieces that are adaptable by other groups, so the music can be out there and played. The Renaissance music, we try to play music that would have been instrumental pieces, particularly canzoni, sinfoniae. It wasn't until the mid-1990s that we started playing madrigals, having done some historical research to see that that music would have been played instrumentally also. So we're purists in that sense. We try to be purists as far as that. We do have some exceptions along the way, but trying to present entertaining programs filled with serious brass music. So that's a pretty good overview, and I'll let one of my colleagues fill in some more gaps.
Awesome, Rojak. The history is obviously a huge part of who we are and how we got here. And this family tree is amazing. Are you still there, Rojak? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying
cool.
to stop. I'm trying to stop my screen sharing. Oh, stop.
Oh, okay.
There it goes.
Cool. There it is. Nice. Sweet. So, and I see Kevin Cobb and Michael Powell are here after a little bit of some tech difficulties, but here we are, all five now. And again, a reminder: as questions occur to you, please put them in the chat, and we'll get to you. But as Rojak very astutely pointed out, the history and the mission of the ABQ has been the same since the very beginning, since 1960, despite all of the personnel changes that have occurred over the years. The two areas that we look to for music for the quintet have been early music and commissions, which John touched on a little bit. And I will get to that a little bit more in a little bit, but Michael, you were going to speak a little bit about early music, weren't you? Our commitment to early music as one of our foundations.
Eric, good morning. I'm very happy to. Hi, I'm very happy to address that.
Awesome. So if you are going to want to share stuff, Rojak will need to make you the host. Just
okay. I have no screens. I have no screens to share.
Okay.
Only a little bit of chit chat off the cuff.
Awesome.
So early music, the programming of new editions of consort music from the late Renaissance and early Baroque has been a pillar of ABQ programming since the beginning in 1960. Music for brass quintet may appear to be mostly a product of the 20th century, but we all know this is not the case. The brass quintet was in existence during the 16th, 17th, and early 18th centuries. And during the 16th century, certainly bands of loud wind instruments are known, consisting of instruments like shawms and sackbuts. And in the early 17th century, a quintet consisting of two cornetti, and 3 trombones was common. John mentioned Arnie Fromm, who is the founder of the American Brass Quintet. Arnie was, in 1960, a member of the New York Pro Musica, which was one of the earliest original instrument groups of the United States. Now, he was Dr. Fromm because he had a PhD from Columbia University. Arnie was as much at home on the sackbut as he was on the modern version of the trombone. And other ABQ trombonists who also performed on the sackbut include my predecessor, Ron Borer, and me, Michael Powell, sono io. ABQ members who were also expert Renaissance cornetists who were busy in New York early music groups over the years include most especially Raymond Mays, who was also in the New York Cornets and Sackbut Ensemble. Alan Dean, one of the earliest members of the ABQ, was later also a member of the Nets and Butts, as well as the Renaissance band Calliope, and also Ronnie Anderson, one of the original trumpet players. He was also a member of the New York Pro Musica with Arnie Fromm. Arnold Fromm in the 1960s prepared the first editions of early music for the ABQ and there's a lot of these that are still in our stack of music over there, by composers such as Josquin des Prés, Hendrik Isaac, Thomas Stolzer, Gottfried Reich, Samuel Scheidt, J.S. Bach, Michael East, Anthony Holborn, and Giovanni Gabrieli, among others. Now, after Arnold Fromm retired from the ABQ, his work of preparing new historic editions was picked up by Ray Mace. Ray Mace is responsible for very many fine editions of old music, including works by Anthony Holborn, John Dowland, William Bray, John Ward, Giovanni Coperario, Girolamo Frescobaldi, Claudio Marullo, Andrea and Giovanni Gabrieli, Josquin Desprez, and so on. Many of Ray's editions are published and currently available from Balquidder Music. That's Balquidder. For 60 years, the ABQ has held steadfastly to the principle of historically informed performance. Historically informed performance. The members of the ABQ decide interpretations of early music through the lens of thorough knowledge of the sound, blend, and characteristic articulations of the early instruments. Those of us who have performed early music in original instrument groups bring direct knowledge of the characteristics of the old instruments into our ABQ interpretations of the music. As one example, this is easy. I would mention the articulations of the cornets and sackbuts. We know that they are more akin to what we think of as characteristic of woodwind instruments. No hard T's. We also are informed by the instrumental tutors of the time, the contemporary tutors of the time, including those by Girolamo della Casa, Giovanni Bassano, and some others. Now, for those of you interested in hearing Renaissance music played well on original instruments, there, of course, is no shortage of fine recorded performances that are easily available by ensembles such as the Concerto Palatino and Piffero. And also, may I add, there is also a very broad availability of recorded ABQ performances of early music that date from the earliest years of the quintet on the Smithsonian and the Desto labels of the 1960s and 1970s to the present ensemble today. It's very interesting to compare the earliest recordings of early music with the more recent ones, our more recent ones, which are all on the Summit label. And we hope that you agree with us that our realizations of early music have matured well over the years. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Mike. It's amazing work. And we did have had a question about the spelling of Balquidder, and we've gotten to the bottom of that there.
Okay, that's solved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for asking, Nick, and I hope you find what you're looking for there. So I am happy to continue the conversation about repertoire, which again has fallen into basically two main categories for the ABQ since the very beginning. And again, that desire to find original music for brass quintet is what drove us to these two categories. Nothing against the practices of a lot of other brass quintets. We support and enjoy a lot of the other repertoire that's been created for brass quintet through creative arranging and transcriptions and things like that. It's all wonderful. That's just something that ABQ has not done. And so again, to get the repertoire that the quintet does not really have, we've looked, as Mike has said, has described, into the early music of the Renaissance, and then to, of course, the commissioning of new works for brass quintet, which is a huge part of our mission and takes up a lot of our time, actually, frankly, as a quintet to bring about these pieces. And these commissions, they come to us in a lot of different ways. It's really mostly relationship driven. We have relationships with composers through a variety of means, through our educational residencies, which Louis is going to talk about in in a minute, and we meet them as students. We meet them as fellow colleagues, as teachers at the institutions where we work. We meet them sort of randomly sometimes through friends of friends at coffee shops, things like that, over breakfast. And it's really an amazing part of commissioning music is these relationships that we develop with the people writing music. And really, just as an aside, that's a wonderful thing for all people to remember, especially students, to remember that your friends that are just starting to compose, your classmates that are composers, these people are wonderful resources, and they're friends that you should keep close, right? So because you want to get their pieces before they get expensive, right? Before they get famous, and so then you can say you have this piece from this wonderful composer down the road. But the way that we get them, again, is based on our relationships with them, and then of course the question becomes, how do you actually pay for the piece, right? Because composers have to pay rent, composers have to buy groceries too. So we look to a lot of different ways of funding the piece, of making that commission happen. A lot of times we will apply to granting organizations that basically exist to give money for this kind of project. We do a lot of grant writing where we ask for funds to commission new pieces. And that's a whole topic that I'm just gonna leave there, and we can maybe talk about that more another time. But that's one way of doing it. Of course, there are a lot of gifts that we'll receive that are sort of geared at paying for commissions. Of course, we also receive commissions as gifts in and of themselves. Composers just really want to write a piece for brass quintet, or they haven't written a piece for brass quintet, and they're willing to do it as a gift for us. There have also been composers that have patrons in and of themselves, but that are sort of funding their work, and so we've seen that happen before. And also, of course, these days, crowdfunding is such a huge resource for basically anybody that's trying to create any sort of project, and it's a wonderful thing, actually, if you think about how you present your project, and in this case, trying to raise money to commission a work for brass quintet, and then you put it out there on a site like Kickstarter or GoFundMe or something like that. There are people that will help you with that goal, and that's just an amazing thing about our internet society and about our community of musicians, is that so many wonderful pieces have come out of that sort of funding. So we get the pieces in a lot of different ways, and then what we do with them is usually very, very consistent. So we'll program the piece or pieces, as Rojek said. We get several per year these days. Almost too much new music to actually perform regularly. But we are committed through the commissioning process to perform, of course, the piece. We'll premiere the piece and then tour it around for a while, and then also record the piece. So that's been a huge mission of the group, not only to get the piece and put it out there through performance, but to record it, and so that it's documented for all history. So again, the goal of all of this commissioning is to build the repertoire that is sadly lacking for brass quintet in terms of original compositions by famous big name composers. Like Mozart and Brahms and Mendelssohn. We don't have brass quintets by them. Of course, we would like them. So what we're looking for now is today's Mozart, today's Brahms, today's Mendelssohn, to create the repertoire for the future for people that want to play great music for brass quintet. So that's what we do as the ABQ in terms of commissioning. And I'm sure that I've left out a bunch of stuff, and maybe I've made it even more confusing. But please, again, if you have questions or if there's something that's unclear, please chime into the chat and we'll try to get to you. But now I'm going to toss it off to Louis Hanslick, who is going to talk a little bit about what we do as a quintet in terms of education. We have these, we're very fortunate to be associated with some institutions, and we're very proud of those institutions and those relationships. So Louis, what can you tell us about our educational residencies?
Hi, Eric. Thanks a lot for the
Hi.
intro.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone in the audience. Good to see you all. Yeah, so I'd like to give a brief overview of our, I guess what I could call teaching activities, what we do in the classroom as a brass quintet. This draws primarily from two main organizations that Eric mentioned. First and foremost, the Juilliard School in New York City, where we work during the academic year in a faculty capacity. And then the summers, well, except this summer, at the Aspen Music Festival in school, which is a summer program that many of you in the audience perhaps even have experience with your own students or even attended at one point. It's very much a global festival, and we've been very fortunate enough to work there as well. So just to describe each one briefly and outline our responsibilities there and what it looks like. At the Juilliard School in New York City, the American Brass Quintet has been an ensemble in residence since 1987 there. We serve a dual role at the Juilliard School, meaning we've served both as chamber music faculty and studio faculty or applied teaching faculty in respect to our own instruments. So we have multiple responsibilities at the school. But primarily, we coordinate brass chamber music activities, brass quintet specifically, for all graduate and undergraduate students at Juilliard. So what that looks like basically is falls into a few parts. First of all, we have a bi-weekly or perhaps every 3 weeks seminar-style class where students that are enrolled in the brass chamber music program with us in quintets assemble for a class where that is performance-based, and they spend the bulk of the class performing not only for us but for their peers, the other members of the class, on music that they're working on at the time. This allows not only them to have some practical experience performing, but it allows the peers, their colleagues, to think about critical ways to offer advice to their colleagues in performance. We think this is a really essential feature of our course. We also use the class to bring in guest artists and to present lectures on subjects related to brass performance or chamber music performance or just the music industry, and we see that as a valuable use of that time. And then we also, like I said, just have open discussions and questions for students to ask us about, very much like today, how we operate as a group and our experiences in our careers as a chamber group and as individual members, individual performers, that is. Student groups at Juilliard that are enrolled in the American Brass Quintet Seminar receive coachings from members of the American Brass Quintet throughout the semester. Generally, if it's not one member of the quintet they receive regular coachings from, we're on a rotation and like to share coachings between groups. In addition, we present, of course, the students in a concert at the end of each semester to perform a significant work for brass, usually an original work written for brass quintet that they perform for an audience in Lincoln Center. And it's always a very joyous and celebratory experience, and usually a great concert that the general public can attend and witness. Finally, as part of our residency, we do, as an ensemble in residence, we present a recital each year at Juilliard in Lincoln Center for the general public and the Juilliard community. And one great thing about this that we always strive to do is involve our students in our concert whenever possible. And so that's always a central feature, and I know something our audiences look forward to when we do give our Lincoln Center performance each year. The second part of our educational mission and activities that I wanted to talk about is during the summer at the Aspen Music Festival and School, which is a summer music school for mainly college and post-college, recent graduates of college, universities, people interested in music performance. The American Brass Quintet has been also an ensemble in residence at the Aspen Music Festival and School since 1970. At the time, I'm sure the festival was widely known, but it has certainly grown, and we've seen that grown, and we've grown with it as an ensemble, and we've seen the reach that that festival now has, and it is significant, and we really value that residency. We serve 2 tracks, I guess I would say, at the Aspen Music Festival and School. First and foremost, and most important to us, is the American Brass Quintet Seminar at Aspen. This is a 4-week brass quintet, what we would call an intensive, for pre-formed brass quintets. And what we mean by that is this is a program for students that are already involved in brass quintet performance, say at their university or their high school or our young professional groups. They audition for the program, and if accepted, they may come to Aspen and study with the American Brass Quintet for 4 weeks, where they will be involved with receiving daily coachings or at least instruction in seminar classes on the music they play. And we've really structured the program so that students are not just rehearsing by themselves and or performing for one another, but are actually every week out in the community performing music, which we think is a really valuable component to this. It is a performance-based, community-based program. They get out of the classroom and into the community, and that's what our program and philosophy with that is all about. We've had quintets recently from Australia, from Singapore, of course the United States, involved in this program, and I encourage all of you, if you have students or you're a student ensemble yourself, to look for the application for this program, which is going to come around the 1st of September for next summer for our program. And we do have significant scholarship opportunities available for groups. So please look for that. Also, as part of the program, very much like Juilliard, we present a recital at Harris Hall in Aspen, an American Brass Quintet recital for the general public. And we do also there have our students perform in the concert. Again, such a valuable part of the learning experience. The final tract of what we do in Aspen, and have done the longest, is to coordinate chamber music for the orchestral studies students, those students not in our unique seminar program, the preformed quintet program, but our students that are studying orchestral literature and performance. We also coach them and instruct them in chamber music while they're in Aspen. So that's a bit about that program. I think we have some time, Eric, and I will maybe just screen share what will be an advertisement of our Aspen program, what it's about, that will be made public fairly soon. And you guys can get a sense of sort of what Aspen looks like, what it feels like, and you can hear some testimonials from all of us in this video. This is a fresh video, and is very much what our program in Aspen is like. So I'll just screen share this.
Awesome, Lewis.
Okay, here we go. All set, Eric? See this?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Great.
The American Brass Quintet Seminar at Aspen is the country's premier brass chamber music program for advanced high school, college, and young professional preformed brass quintets.
What we offer here in Aspen is a 4-week intensive dedicated exclusively to the study of brass chamber music, and it's unlike anything else offered in the summer right now. We encourage groups to do a real deep dive into the process of chamber music, not only on rep, but with the skills that make for a successful chamber music team.
A unique component of the seminar we offer to groups are the opportunities for performance, to take what the groups have been working on in the lab and set it afoot in the community. Each week, students perform in venues such as the Pitkin County Library, Aspen Art Museum,
Another really exciting and important aspect of the seminar here is our discussion of various topics in a seminar class setting. Basically, any topic that could possibly come up, we've discussed. We talk about how to run a group, how to book the travel, the kinds of things we do while we're traveling, how to commission works, how to communicate with donors.
We are incredibly proud of this program, and we're proud of the students that through it. We hope that you can join us next summer. There's really nothing like it.
Okay,
Awesome.
gang. Yeah, so look for that if you're a student. Look for that coming up probably around the 1st of September. We really hope we'll be back in Aspen next summer, and we look forward to seeing you. And of course, stay in touch if you have any questions about that program.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Louis. And keeping in touch is something that's really important, especially these days. So I wanted to just, I know we're probably running a little bit short on time, but I just wanted to mention that we do have a YouTube channel, and we do have some videos, including some new ones, just posted to YouTube. So please check those out, and also please follow us and subscribe to us on the various social media platforms. We try to keep in touch with our fans and with other brass players, and we would love to have your involvement there. I promise we will write back if you write us. So hopefully we've gotten some really good questions. Hopefully those of you that have questions sort of brewing, but they haven't quite formulated just yet, write those down, send them to us in an email or on social media, and we'll definitely get to you. And Luca, how are we doing here on time? Tanya, are we good? No word from them, huh? Okay. So is there anything that has been left out? Any questions we haven't gotten to?
Yeah? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Eric,
yeah,
okay, sorry, because I had to turn the microphones on. That takes a
okay.
second, sorry. I heard you, but you couldn't hear me.
Oh, got it.
Okay,
got it.
you have
So,
4 minutes left, nearly 5 minutes.
Okay.
And
wonderful.
everything's going fine. Looks like everybody's very happy. So you can keep going another nearly 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Perfect.
Is that a question, Paolo?
Eric?
Yeah.
Eric, one thing I wanted to mention about just about the Italian Brass Week is that this has been like if somebody watched the whole week, it would be like a bachelor's degree and a master's degree all in 1 week. So much great information, and I hope we've contributed. The thing about the quintet, what we do of staying to this serious track of bringing an amazing variety. Sometimes in master classes, I'll ask the audience if they can name 20th century and 21st century composers. And what we get, of course, is this unbelievable diversity of styles. You get everything from Copland, Gershwin, John Williams, to Xenakis, Babbitt, Carter, E. Wazen. I mean, the styles, the amount of music for brass is so rich and so many styles that we can have a 2-hour concert ranging from the most beautiful tonal music to what has been described as spiky Renaissance music to super far out, really interesting music. And I think the way I've liked to think about ABQ concerts is that we're like a film as opposed to a movie. We're like an art film where when you leave our concert, we hope that you'll be thinking about it for a couple of days afterwards and thinking about the depth of the music that we played. And maybe you didn't quite like that piece right away when you first heard it, but on retrospect, maybe you'll be thinking about it and you think, that was so interesting what they did. I've really not heard music like that before. And what's been very gratifying for us also is to see groups sprout up all over the world that will play our repertoire and bring it around to audiences so that this can continue. in that historical sense. And it was historical performance. Yes, we look at early music for historical performance, but we're historically informed with every piece we play. If a piece was written today, well, we play it in the proper way of historically performance of how groups of 2020 would play music. So it's always historically informed one way or another, and it's to be a member of the group, speaking, you know, after 30 years in, is incredibly gratifying and satisfying. That's my speech.
Nice, Rojak. There's a good question here from Paolo. Do you follow any performance practices books that to think all the long and short notes the same? Thanks. Yeah, I just typed my answer, and Kevin had a good answer too. But I think for all of us, it's a matter of doing what we need to do personally to show up and have the most flexibility that we could possibly have. And the way that we do that, of course, is different. Personally, I like to practice the very most fundamental elements of brass playing. And I think I can speak for some of my colleagues in that they do very similar work, but to just work on the most fundamental element of creating a tone. So air, beginnings of notes, support, and a little bit, maybe a little bit of work on articulation, tonguing, but I think it's even more basic than that for me. It's about ultimately having flexibility in terms of how I start, how I finish, how I hold, what colors I use. All of those things really are the most valuable things, Paolo. Yeah, good question.
Paolo, I could also chime in, and I don't know if this is directly related to what you're asking or not, but I think people might find it interesting, and I know Mike can chime in a bit on this too. In terms of articulation, when it comes to playing Renaissance music, I think a lot of what we do is learned by just the traditions of listening to recordings that are out there. But if you want to do some reading, I've always looked to this treatise or book by Quantz, it's a flute book that has a section on articulation for early music from the Renaissance. Quantz, maybe someone can throw that in the chat quick too. The book by Quantz is actually, you might find interesting when it comes to how to articulate stylistically and historically informed articulations from the Renaissance. Just something to look into.
Beautiful.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a fan of Quantz articulation, and I always tell my students to follow, because Quantz was describing that a brass instrument should be very similar to a human voice. This is coming from Quantz, but not many people have the patience to read all that book. And I always say, students, please read as much as you can, because you cannot be without culture. That's why I set up the Brass Week with many different segments of, wine, aperitif, art, electronic. I mean, if it would be for me, I would put so many other things, but the TV studio stopped me and said, Luca, you are a volcano, we have to put, you have to cover your creativity. So, unluckily, because I enjoy very much your show and it's very interactive and very nice. Thank you very much, the American Brass Quintet. Tanya will be in touch with you, and Alvaro as well, just to keep going with our friendship and make something in the future happening here in Florence. And I really hope you will be with us next year. We need to work. All our work will make next festival very special. Thank you to the American Brass.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca and Tanya. Really,
so much.
bravo, bravissimo on a wonderful.
I only want to say something. Today we will have, and if you want, you can request the password. We will have Dale Clevenger's celebration. I think I sent to somebody of you, but just if you want to join the Zoom, we're making a big party to Dale. He doesn't know.
Awesome.
He doesn't know anything.
Ooh.
So it's something like he will jump in for looking for home players. He will find some people from Chicago Symphony, past colleagues, and maybe Barenboim. We are working for a nice celebration because he's the honorary president and we built this together. So he was really kind of nervous. The other masterclass, he couldn't enter in the Zoom technology. What the hell? He was like, oh, say, Dale, calm down. We send you home somebody that is more practical with technology, and I see you. So it's at 5:30 Italian times, which means it depends where you are from, but 5:30 Italian time. If you want, send a mail now to Emilia for the students and professors, to Alvaro and to Giulia. Okay?
Okay.
So you can join in. You can join in.
Wonderful.
And we can make a big party for Dale. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Ciao, ciao,
Thank you
Eric.
so much.
Ciao.
Keep in touch.
Yes, keep
Ciao.
in touch. Yes, bye.
Yeah. Bye.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Hello, welcome back at the Italian Brass Week 2020. I can see Mary and yes, some other from the group. I recognize her, trumpet player. I forgot your name, but you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. And thank you very much for the wonderful concert, masterclass. You have been amazing all this week with us. So today you have your space and time to describe hopefully how you work with, which is the relation, because normally in chamber music groups you need to be friends, otherwise they collapse after a while. And what else? Some curiosity, some nice stuff, and just deal with your own masterclass. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. It's so great to be back here. It's morning here in the States, and we are very excited to share the story of Seraph Brass. I really enjoyed watching the last class with the American Brass Quintets. I play an Irish orchestra with John Rojak, so it was nice to see a lot of friendly faces, and we really do appreciate their commissions. One of their commissions, Copperwave, is a work that we often perform on our concerts. So it was really nice to see them. So my name is Mary Elizabeth Bowden. You might have seen my concert this week too, and my class yesterday. And I just wanted to briefly introduce the other members of the group who are here with us this morning. We have Gretchen Renshaw-James, who is our tuba player, Jean Lawrence, another trumpet player, Rachel Samayoa, also trumpet, and also another Rachel Velvikis on horn. And our trombonist Elizabeth could not be here with us this morning, so she is with us in spirit. The story of Seraph Brass. We are quite a young group. We are about 6 years old next month. I started the group in 2014. I had this idea probably since around 2007 of really wanting to create and form my own brass group. And I had the idea for many years, and it finally came to life once I found some friends to form the group. We wanted to highlight America's top female brass players, and we started as a quintet, and I am the only founding member left from that. The current members have been with us some 4 years, some 3 years, and so we've been together for a few years now, which has been really great. And you can see, if you go to our website, seraphbrass.com, you'll see that there's in the photo 6 of us. And you might be wondering why, because you see a lot of videos of us performing as a brass quintet. Well, we decided as a group to make the group a little bit more flexible. So at bigger festivals, you'll see the 6 of us. We have an extra trumpet. And then throughout the year, the trumpets rotate. And so Rachel and Jean will rotate on the other trumpet part. And it just really helps with scheduling. And we just really love playing together. And so we've expanded the repertoire to include some works that are commissioned for sextet as well. And we have a lot of original arrangements that some members of the group have made. And also our main arranger has been Jeff Luke, who was in the Atlantic Brass Quintet. And so he expanded all of our arrangements to also be in the sextet version as well. So we learned both books, and we're able to tour and keep that a little bit more flexible. So that's a really fun part of the group. A little bit more about the group. Pre-pandemic, we were performing about 60 concerts a year all around the world. We recently did our first tour of China and South Korea. I definitely could speak for everyone, and that travel is one of our passions in life. So whenever we travel to a new place, we're always finding where to hike and finding the food of the area. It's definitely a passion of ours to really explore the world together as friends and as a professional ensemble. And then beyond that, we do tour extensively around the United States as well. And our programs are very flexible too. We perform a lot of our own original arrangements of classical works. We commission new works, and we also play works that are originally for the quintet as well, like Copperwave that I mentioned before. And in a few minutes, Rachel will go more into our programming decisions and artistic decisions as far as that goes. You can follow us on our website, seraphbrass.com, and we're also very active on social media, on Instagram and YouTube and Facebook, and we love to keep in touch with our fans. And so that's been really fun to build that fan base, which has connected us with festivals from all around the world, including the Lieksa Brass Week in Finland. We've performed there a couple of times as well. Beyond doing the commissioning, we also record. Like the American Brass Quintet, we are also on the Summit Records label, and we recorded our first studio album a couple of years ago called Asteria, and so you can also check that out as well. It has our arrangements that we play, and also our commissions as well. Let's see. I think I've covered a lot here just as an introduction. Brass quintet and chamber music is a passion of ours, and we also enjoy teaching, and we'll get into that a little bit as well. We oftentimes, when we're touring, we'll perform a concert, but then with that format, we are also teaching master classes to chamber groups and also to individual instruments as well. And so we really, really value education and in outreach. We also love performing for K through 12 age groups as well and presenting shows. Anytime we're on tour and we can find an opportunity to share with younger students, we definitely take advantage of that, so we can just keep sharing music with all ages, from K through 12 and also college students. Most of us have some kind of conservatory university teaching jobs, so we really do enjoy teaching and sharing music. And just like this week with Italian brass that you've been sharing all of these wonderful master classes, I do believe that great artists should be sharing their music with the younger generation and teaching, and so we can really pass along the message of music. So with that, I'm going to pass it along to Rachel Samayoa, who's going to talk a little bit more about how we commission works and create our arrangements, and also some upcoming projects and how we choose our repertoire.
Well, good morning, everybody, or afternoon, wherever you may be. So yeah, I'm going to speak a little bit about our artistic vision. We feel it's important to have a vision for the group, and our mission of the group is to create captivating programming. This includes programming original works by female composers, as well as transcriptions of well-known classics. To further elaborate on these points, brass quintet is a relatively new genre of music, and as such, this genre doesn't have as much literature as, say, a string quartet. The Chicago Brass Quintet had originated the concept of a brass quintet in 1948, followed by the New York Brass Quintet in 1954. Because of this, it's very important to commission new works, and Seraph Brass is championing this effort. Commissioning new works is also gratifying to us in that we get to collaborate with new composers. We can give voice to our parts in the creative process and contribute suggestions that really make the piece a Seraph Brass endeavor. Women composers are still underrepresented in the brass quintet genre. We value promoting up-and-coming female composers as well as already established composers. To highlight this point, we are launching a new exciting initiative to commission a new piece for brass quintet with wind ensemble and orchestra by Catherine Salfelder. We are creating a consortium to co-commission this new exciting piece, and we hope to begin performing this piece soon with ensembles around the country when things get a little bit better. Lastly, we do like to play transcriptions of well-known classics. These pieces are challenging and fun to the ensemble and are always well received by audiences. Some of the examples of transcriptions that we play in our concerts include Holberg Suite by Edvard Grieg, Suite Espanola by Isaac Albéniz, and Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 by Franz Liszt. When we program a piece for a particular concert, we think of the audience that will be in attendance. A children's show is much different than a show at a major conference. For example, a heavy piece like Joan Tower's Copperwave might not work well for an elementary school audience. It's fun thinking of programming for particular shows, and this is a collaborative effort with members in Seraph Brass. We have a Google sheet that has all of the repertoire for each concert in the year, and we make sure that the flow is good as well as manageable in regards to our chops. A brass quintet show that is 90 minutes long can be quite taxing, so it's important to program in such a way to promote success for everyone in the ensemble. We do have solo features, and these are picked by the individual performer. Some of us arrange a piece, or we have someone arrange a solo piece we would like to play. For example, I arranged Carnival Venice by Jean-Baptiste Arbin a couple of years ago, but I really wanted to play a different solo feature last year. I had a friend and colleague arrange Or Staccato by Dinicu for the group because of my heavy workload at the time. That being said, I hope to get back to arranging soon, and many in our group arrange their solo features, which makes it a really kind of a fun endeavor. So, how do we get all this music rehearsed and ready for performances? We take individual time to practice and polish our parts on our own before coming together. We also take a week in the summer to workshop music and do all of the detailed type of work that's needed. We call this Seraph Retreat Week. This is a valuable time in regards to rehearsing as well as bonding as a group. I think you mentioned that a group has to get along to make good music. Totally agree with that. some of my favorite memories have been during this time. For example, after a heavy day of rehearsing, we decided to go on a hike as a group. This was in Santa Fe, and it was really nice to spend time and create synergy in the group. During the year, we generally rehearse the day before a performance, and usually 2-3 hour blocks of rehearsal. This is just really a review, and it's expected that we show up performance ready to ensure a successful performance. So I think that's just a very general overview of some of the decisions we make artistically, and some of the things that we value as a group in terms of our repertoire and commissioning. I think next, that's going to speak about it. I don't have it in front of me, but I apologize. So whoever's next can go on. It's Gretchen.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rachel. So now Rachel Velvikis, our horn player, and I are going to talk a little bit about how we work together as a group, not only individually for our individual preparation, but then together as a group. So Rachel Velvikis, go ahead and get us started off with the individual preparation.
Howdy, folks. So happy to be here this morning. I don't normally get up this early, so you are welcome. I'm kidding, because, you know, we all have to practice at all times of the day. And that goes in with this, like, how do you prepare for a long 90-minute show, sometimes 2-hour show? Honestly, it takes a lot of work. Individual preparation is so very important. Can everyone hear me okay? Just kind of I hope so. So how I personally practice, it's going to be different for everyone, but I feel like myself, I like to play along with recordings. That is my #1 way to really know a piece, as well as doing score work and everything like that. But the quickest way for me to learn a piece is to play along with it. And before I even play along with it, however, I always make sure to follow along with my own part and with the score. And then once I kind of know the vibe of the piece, if you will, or what my job is, how my parts fit in, then I really know how to play along with it, even before playing along with it, if that makes sense. So a lot of playing along, a lot of score work, following along. Now, to actually learn the part, however, I'm sure everyone has heard of slow chunking, practicing things in a different rhythmic way, slurring, adding slurs, taking them away, changing up the whole rhythm. For example, if you have something like a really hard 16th note passage, digga 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 digga, and it's double tongued, and you have to do that, and it's like, how do you practice this? Well, obviously you're going to practice it slowly, but a lot of times people will make the mistake of practicing one thing, too many things at once, and they'll just keep doing it over and over and over. And what's the definition of insanity? It's doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That's not going to work. So you're going to have to chunk it up, change it around, do different rhythms, digga 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 da 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 da, or do it backwards, da 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 da, and so on and so forth. Things like that. So that's slow, chunky practicing. Now, once you have that down and you've been playing the same tunes for months on end, sometimes years on end, how do you keep that piece exciting? For me, that's never been too difficult for me, but I know, you know, if you're stuck playing in a Broadway pit and playing the same show for years and years and years, and this is a job, you know, and people have to keep it fresh. How do you keep it fresh? How do you keep it sharp in your brain? Well, I like to keep my fellow members on their toes, so to speak. Sometimes I'll just change the entire part of what I'm playing, and I'll just be like, are you guys listening? Are you paying attention? And that kind of not only makes it exciting for me, if they know their parts well enough, they're not going to get tripped up by my adding new things. In general, you want to stay away from that unless, you know, all of you have been playing. You're not going to like spring something new on a new member that has never played the piece before, so be careful of that. But I like to just change things around sometimes right in the middle of a show, and it just adds excitement, or not even changing anything, just kind of playing it, thinking of it in a different way. Like, for example, the Holberg. It's the same thing day in and day out after hundreds of shows, if you will. So how do I make that more exciting? I'll listen to different parts. I will just make sure that, you know, maybe if I've heard something go wrong a previous time, I'll really pay attention and fix it. And just make sure that you hear different things and more mistakes so that you can get better and better at it. So yeah, that's how I keep it sharp. I'll also, like if I haven't gone to or played it in a while, I will go back to a recording if there's a recording of it, and I'll play along with it again and see if I can do something new with that. So hopefully that helps you all keep things fresh for you.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Thanks so much, Rachel. So now what happens when we actually get together as a group? So when we get together as a group, we've got two different kinds of rehearsals. A rehearsal where we are learning new music versus rehearsing music we know well. So within one particular season, our music, most of it tends to stay the same from one concert to another. So there's a challenge in rehearsing music in a way so that it stays fresh, so that it stays interesting for us throughout an entire season. So normally when we get together, we'll start by just playing it down. We'll check in with each other and ask, okay, is there anything that didn't feel comfortable? Sometimes there will be, for example, arrival moments that didn't land perfectly together, or something didn't lock perfectly in tune. We'll go back and address those things, usually pretty quickly. Another thing we do frequently is record our performances and we listen back to them. So we'll always be thinking about recent performances we've done and asking ourselves, what can we do better? What can we do differently this time to make our performance even more effective? And sometimes we get ideas from listening to other groups as well, their recordings, to get ideas for how we can make our version of the piece even more interesting. And then sometimes we'll also add memorization for certain pieces, and that's definitely a way to keep things fresh. But we'll usually do this where we learn, for example, 50 bars for the next tour, and then the next tour we'll add 50 more bars, and so on and so forth, gradually working ourselves to the place where we feel comfortable performing the entire thing from memory. In terms of rehearsing new music, so much of this goes back to individual preparation. When we come to a rehearsal on a brand new piece, we have to expect of each other that everyone is ready to play the piece at tempo. We've got cues written in, we know the score so that we can work through it pretty quickly. We have limited rehearsal time, especially when we're out on the road, so we have to be ready individually. So usually we'll start by reading through the piece, and we will usually have to stop to work out mechanics. We've got to figure things out like cueing and who's going to give releases or who's going to lead a slowdown or a speed up. And we'll write those things in so that we can do it automatically like that the next time. As we go, we'll talk about what needs to get better with the piece. We'll discuss musical ideas. We'll try them. But all along the way, we're writing things in our music so that we don't forget what we've talked about. We'll do some metronome work, whether that is with singing or if we have a loud enough speaker, we'll play along with a metronome. And sometimes we'll also use a drone so that we can work on intonation as a group. And so as we work through this new piece, we'll just keep talking about what we need to feel ready to perform it. Sometimes we just need to run it a bunch so we feel comfortable working through or playing through the whole piece, but sometimes we'll benefit from chunking into smaller or larger sections. So in a nutshell, rehearsing together and rehearsing together successfully really comes down to individual preparation, writing things in your music, not only in your individual prep, but especially in the rehearsal process, and just generally solving problems together with a positive spirit. So with that, I want to pass the ball to Jean Lawrence, who will share with you what we've been doing to stay active as a group during the pandemic times.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. Yeah, so as Gretchen said, this pandemic has sort of, with every great life hurdle comes a great opportunity to grow and develop skill, and we've really tried to be tenacious with our personal and group development during this time. So we've done a series of things to keep ourselves active as a group and individually. And one was we were very excited about the success of our SERAPH Brass seminar, which ended up being full. We met the capacity of the amount of participants that we had, and we offered master classes with guest artists like Toby Oft from the Boston Symphony, and also Don Green, the famous performance success master. And we offered master classes on chamber music and on entrepreneurship, as well as individualized instrumental master classes and morning warm-ups. And it was just so much fun and so successful, and we got great feedback, and we're very excited to not only have done it, but to have developed the skill and the structure of the seminar, so we can continue to do things like this digitally or in person as we go forward. And something else we've done is a Facebook Live series with SERAPH Brass, and this has allowed us to interview different groups or different individual musicians from around the world and from people from all corners of the brass world. And what it's done is it's allowed us to sort of tighten the web of brass musicians, which is already a tight group, but you know, I felt like it pulled me much closer to the mission and vision of other groups and inspired me to do more with my vision for SERAPH Brass and for myself as a general musician. And so some of the people we interviewed were Boston Brass, Genghis Barbie, Velvet Brown, and Mark Gould, and Abby Conant, and Amy McCabe, and Leland E. Starrett, all incredible musicians, and there's more to come on that. And then another thing that we have done is, actually this is sort of an announcement in a way. We are releasing a video to support and add light to a fund, an incredible organization called Global Fund for Women. And we've gathered 80 plus very well-known brass players from around the world to create a collaborative video empowering and inspiring women and bringing light and trying to raise awareness and funds for the Global Fund for Women. So trying to instill great art and put it out into the world, but also infuse it with a cause is something that we are developing and very passionate about. And then finally, we are creating some collaborative videos. So we're all developing the skill of, video collaging and recording from home and trying to come together in the best way we know how at the moment, which is sort of digital collaborations. And so I'll have one of the SERAPH Brass members show a short clip of one example of how we've shared our collaborative digital musical selves.
Sure, so I'm gonna try to screen share now, see if this works. And we're going to play some of our, sorry, my desktop is a mess. Can't seem to move this over. Here we go. right. So you get the, we've had a lot of fun putting these virtual projects together, and Elizabeth, who isn't here with us today, is developing the skills to put these videos together. And so we have a video coming out that will have 40 people in it for our Seraph Brass Seminar participants. So we'll be releasing that in a couple days. And then in mid-August, we'll be releasing the Global Fund for Women video, which will have 80 musicians from all around the world, with some surprise guest artists. So I think we have a few minutes left, and we'd love to hear some questions from the audience. Anything Seraph Brass or Brass Quintet, Brass Sextet. I'll keep chatting until we get some questions in. Another thing that we do about once a year, we meet as a large brass ensemble, which includes the roster of our guest artists. And so there'll be about 10 of us together playing some larger brass ensemble works, which is really fun. So audience members, please put your questions in the chat, and we are happy to answer them. One thing that I can mention is that we perform with iPads now, and with an app called Blackbinder, where the music is continuously scrolling, so you don't have to turn pages or use a foot pedal. And we do enjoy performing by memory more and more. That really helps us feel more connected with the audience and with each other as a group. Luca, I'm not sure what time we need to end, so please feel free to interrupt us or give us a minute countdown.
I also wanted to mention, I added in the chat the YouTube link for the video that Mary showed. And you can explore the Seraph Brass YouTube page as well as the Instagram and Facebook pages. We have a lot of content up there. But I know that the sound quality, the true sound quality, if you visit the link that I posted here, will shine through a little bit better than the screen share version. But yeah, just mentioning that.
Wanted to add to please catch our Facebook Live events, usually on Mondays, 7:30 Eastern Time Zone, and we have one coming next week.
And who is it next week?
The Westerlies, which is a group, it's a quartet. And also, you know, one of the things that you'll see Seraph Brass do for us trumpeters, we basically on a Seraph Brass show, I'm using as many trumpets as possible. And so traveling can be quite difficult. I often have a trunk of trumpets as well as the trumpets that I carry on my back as well. We love experimenting with sound colors, especially with our arrangements. I love the flugelhorn color, and you saw from the Mozart video that I was playing a different piccolo than what I shared at the masterclass yesterday. So I'm often switching between the two piccolos because they really do have a different color of sound. And also to play with the sound, we don't just stay in the same formation. We often change our staging and our setup. Sometimes we're in the kind of the Empire Brass setup, and sometimes we change the placement of the tuba. We'll have the tuba on the end, or trumpets in the center, and it really changes the complete dynamic of sound, which really helps with the different moods of pieces. And so if you come to one of our shows, your ears will not get bored of the same sound colors. I'll let one of the other ladies jump in here.
I think that's good for us as members too, because it can be like, again, talking about keeping things fresh. Sometimes we will just switch things around just to see if there's a new color of sound to us and not just the audience members. So it's a really fun thing to do. That also helps not make us completely bored all the time. Not that we ever are.
And speaking of not being bored, I did want to mention just for everybody to keep an eye out on the Seraph Brass webpage, because if you were intrigued by the fact that we did a Seraph Brass seminar and you're wondering, oh, how can I participate in something like that? We're actually going to be posting our digital offerings coming in the fall. And so we're going to be offering some of the master classes that are similar to the ones we did in the seminar, but also a whole bunch of additional options. So please do keep an eye out for that. We'll definitely share it on our pages. But there's going to be a lot of opportunities to come digitally as we adjust and mold to our current global situation.
Looks like we have a question that just came in the chat. Any specific exercise to perform and achieve color in a brass quintet?
So I can go ahead and jump in on that. I'm sorry, Jean. So we were just talking about the setup ideas, and that is one of the ways that we can achieve different sound colors. And in fact, we will sound different in different spaces. So we always insist on having a sound check, and there will be times where in the sound check we'll change our setup for a particular piece because it just works better in that hall. More specifically about color, one of the things we'll do when we rehearse is try to agree on either a mood, or we'll even talk about specific colors like blue or red to try to get an idea of a sound color that we all then try to achieve. Another way that we will go about that is to say, all right, for this chord in this moment, we're going to let the horn color lead, or we're going to let the second trumpet color lead, and then we'll all try to gel around that color. So it's as much about listening and trying to decide as a group what we want. I don't know if we necessarily have any specific exercises where we do that. It's more of a, what do we need in this musical moment kind of thing, and we discuss and try things from there. I think Jean was going to add something, and then maybe Rachel has something as well.
Yeah, just to hop on, I was going to mention a few of those things. And one thing I've noticed specifically that has helped find a color if we are not finding it in a rehearsal moment, we'll as a group play a chord and do a lip bend down into the note and bend back up into the note. And we find, or I find at least, that when we arrive back from the lip bend, we've found a different color. Oftentimes it's a richer, darker, more centered color. And so that's a great exercise to do if you're finding that you're getting a little bit on the high end, not only in pitch, but in brightness. And sometimes you want that, but a lot of times you want this like wholesome, rich, deep sound. And so you can try, group lip bends for that.
And also, the balance of the group can really affect how pitch sounds. So instead of focusing on thinking, if someone's sharp or flat, sometimes the balance, if a voice is too loud, will disrupt the intonation or the sound. And so for younger groups out there, when you're rehearsing and trying to figure something out, work with the balance of making certain instruments louder or softer, and that will often help intonation and sounds of color as well.
And I was just going to say, to add on to that, like an exact exercise that I do sometimes just to change the mood or the vibe, I will literally think of a story in my head as I'm playing the music. And I want to be able to plant this story into my audience's head, not just my own. What do I want the audience to feel? That really helps to convey everything that I want to put out there. Just thinking of an actual story. For example, Scheherazade, when you play that piece, you can think of a billion different kinds of stories, and I like to think of a different one on a particular night. It doesn't have to be the same story over and over on the same night or on different nights. I like to switch it up a lot, so that helps change the color.
And if I may add my 2 cents or 2 euros, one thing that an exercise that can help is, as brass players, we're all guilty of this. We get very technical minded, and when we play a piece, a very technical piece, we'll be very technical. But something that we do in our rehearsals is sing. And when you sing, you become more informed with phrasing and who has the melodic material and all sorts of things. And then when we sing, after we come back and play it, we're more informed. Our ears are a bit more attuned to what we want to do. So I would highly suggest singing to try to find more color and shapes in a line.
Another aspect of our group is that we when it's pre-pandemic, we are on the road a lot, and we're traveling a lot, and we're managing flights, and we're often in cars together for many hours. And so we've learned how to be very resilient. There's lots of things that can happen on tour, like a flight being delayed for many hours that happened in China. And so you just have to come in and play the concert, and you might not get the warm-up that you really want. So we've learned to become very flexible, and that I can do my warm-up if I need to in 5 minutes, if I had to. And so you really learn to become very flexible, and I think that's important as musicians to keep in mind. One of our tour stories in the early years in 2016, our tour van, the brakes went out in the van, and we were in the middle of nowhere, and we had to get a tow truck, and we made it to the concert hall, and you know, you don't complain to the presenters, you just smile and perform, and the show was still a great show, and nobody knew the backstory of that our brakes in our van had given out, and we were, you know, trying to find another vehicle so we could drive another 9 hours the next day to the next concert venue. So there's a lot of adventure on the road. It's not as glamorous as it seems sometimes, but I think all of us enjoy that we enjoy the stories that happen, because they help us bond as a group, and we can problem solve not only with music making and rehearsing, but also problem solving. What do we do if the car breaks down? Okay, our flights are delayed, or there's a big snowstorm and we have 4 hours to drive. You know, Rachel and I are from the Midwest, and Jean, so we know how to drive in the snow. So we have different drivers who are trained to drive in snowstorms. So we really share the workload on tours to make sure that we're all taken care of. And so some of us will step up to help in areas that we're more comfortable with, like driving in a snowstorm, which Rachel drove on the side of a mountain in a snowstorm, and she was not nervous at all, and she got us to our venue safely. And yeah, I mean, those stories will live in our minds forever, and it really does affect how we perform a concert too, because we have a bond that has been formed through all these experiences and crazy things that happen on the road. And I kind of look forward to those stories as long as nothing terrible happens.
I miss touring. For the first time, like a week ago, I was like, oh man, I miss the hustle and bustle of, because usually when you're on the road so often, it's like, it can get really mind-boggling how tiresome it can be. But I was just like, oh man, I miss it now. I didn't know what I had.
Yeah, we're actually friends, and you're right. I think it's so much fun to make music with friends, and these experiences really have deepened our friendship throughout the years.
I think we probably have about 5 minutes left. Is that right, Luca? We'll just keep talking until this ends. We're not quite sure when it ends. One of the things that you might have noticed from our talk is our rehearsal process. We don't all live in the same city, and the United States is really huge and spread out. So we all live within flight distances of each other. We can't drive to each other, so we're all across the country. So when we meet, we have to be very efficient with the rehearsal process, and that's why we do the summer retreats and also meet the day before. We have to be so much more prepared, and I feel like that really does help us be a better group and more efficient, because we are concert ready when we meet and go on the road. Since we don't live in the same city, we can't rehearse every day and kind of slowly learn something. We have to be ready to go for that first rehearsal. Luca, how are we doing on time?
Okay, we still have 5 minutes, more or less, and I think if you want to ask some students to some questions, it's the right moment.
Yes, students, please. Oh, we have a question that just came in. Do you have any advice to improve and keep the unity, connection, and good energy in a brass group during the years, not only in musical way, but also human relationships? I think for me, the most important thing is communication, and just making sure that we stay in touch and answer each other, and also being open and honest with each other, and also being able to overcome a conflict and not let that destroy a relationship. If you can get through a fight or a disagreement, then you can stay together for many years. It's like a marriage of six. We have 6 of us together, and so we have had to overcome conflicts and find a way to be able to resolve conflict, essentially. Not sure if one of the other ladies wants to jump in.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm perfect, so I don't know what kind of conflict anyone could ever have with me. I'm just throwing that.
I think one of the things that Mary mentioned earlier is that we do things like go on hikes or we'll eat meals together, those kinds of things. And those are some of the really important bonding moments that will happen on tours. In particular, we talked about, someone talked about the retreat week that we'll have. So it's those kinds of things, doing things together that are not just about the music, because rehearsals can be really challenging. We're working really hard. We've all come in being really prepared. We all come in with our own ideas. And yeah, sometimes there are going to be different ideas about the music. And so we have to work through those conflicts, and to do that in a positive way requires a lot of energy and a lot of really careful thought and communication. So it's helpful then to balance those kinds of interactions with things that are not about work, with things that are not about trying to get the concert, trying to get the music just as great as we possibly can. So fortunately, we are able to balance that with, like I said, with the hikes, with eating meals together, with other non-rehearsal activities that we'll do together.
Gretchen, remember our day together? It was pie day, and she took me to eat pie, and we had a Rachel day, I call it now. It's a Gretchen and Rachel day. It was Rachel. So yeah, that's kind of things. Those kind of things are really important for a group to really survive, because they are really.
I'll just add, I saw a really great photo once, or a motivational poster, and it said, "Before you say something, let it pass through 3 doors. Is it true? Is it kind? And is it helpful?" And I really like that, because, you know, whenever we're trying to express an idea, it's a true idea in our heart. So it's like figuring out how to, you know, we are constantly calibrating our playing, and in the same way, we're constantly calibrating our delivery of our ideas and getting better and better at trying to figure out when something's important to say, when it's important to just, you know, recognize a human moment and say, oh, that was weird. Let's just, you know, let's just let that roll, because overall it's not a big deal. And kind of learning when confrontation and honesty is important, and having an adequate space for that. But then sometimes just simply going on a hike or playing a board game can bring a comment that somebody said that feels not quite right, that can just let that fade to dust. And so, like, those kind of bonding moments really help you realize what are the things that need to be confronted, and how can we create a space for that. And I think that, you know, Seraph has done a really wonderful job of kind of allowing for those two things.
If I may add, I think compromise is big as well. Like, I've been one time in the situation where I was the navigator and someone else was driving, and someone asked me to pick a place to eat. Well, I know that Mary doesn't like onions. Jean is super healthy and has to be healthy for salads. Gretchen, as long as there's pie or fudge, that's good. And Rachel just won't eat anything, so it's kind of like, you know, you just hope she doesn't her complaining level isn't so bad that day. But I think, but we always find places to eat, and we compromise, and I think that can be generalized in our everyday as well. Sorry, Rach.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to finish your wonderful masterclass. So definitely, Mary and your group, I will take care of this suggestion. Today I was a chef for a day, so I will give my cooking class to everyone, and I was cooking something with onions, so definitely I will not cook that for Mary. But thank you very much, very, very much, to be part of the Italian Brass Week Live Festival, to give your knowledge and sympathy and wonderful concerts and masterclasses. And now we need to go with our sponsor that, you know, support the festival. Thank you, bravo.
Thank you very much.
Ciao, ciao.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Here we are, back in the studio. Fernando.
Fernando, te lo vuelvo a enviar ahora. Ahí lo tienes en la foto.
Non ci sente. Microphone on. Fernando? Fernando?
Fernando?
Hola, hola, hola. Marimba Buhayola.
Fernando? No. I think he's looking at the mobile.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, we are trying to have the connection with Fernando first and the old BAYRES horns. Fernando? Hello? Can you, puoi mettermi in primo piano, almeno mi vedi meglio? Fernando! Allo! Eccolo, bravo, così funziona meglio. Fernando, ¿me escucha? Fernando, ¿me escucha? Ok, Marina, ¿me escucha? Muy bien.
Está Marina ahí.
Tiene de ser a Fernando de poner el micrófono. Fernando, tiene de poner el micrófono on. Fernando, ¿me escucha?
I sent him a message.
Fernando, aló. Fernando, Fernando.
Ciccio.
Oh, Ciccio, finalmente.
Finalmente, ya me asustaba.
¿Qué tal, Fernando?
Ciccio?
¿Todo bien?
Acá estoy tratando de conectar al resto de la gente porque...
Ok. ¿Lo puedes leer bien que te envié ahora?
Sí.
Ok, el segundo WhatsApp, ¿no?
A ver.
Que lo reenvías.
Un segundo.
Ahí
Bueno,
tienes el Meeting ID y la clave.
Tenemos un poquito de tiempo de esperar a los compañeros, no es un problema.
Bueno, perfecto. Lo que pasa es que hubo como una diferencia de ID y de códigos.
Sí,
hubo diferentes. Por eso no podíamos conectar. Acá estamos. Bueno, ¿qué tal, Chicho?
Esta es la primera vez que vamos enviando un código después una semana de, pues se puede decir locura. Okay, everything was fine. The festival has been amazing, and lots of professors, lots of groups, you including your groups, and we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Podemos ver la luz al final del túnel.
Sí. Perfecto, Luca. Bueno, ahí está entrando Cristian.
Eccolo, Cristian Morabito. Bienvenido.
Ahí estamos logrando.
¿Dónde está?
Fantástico el festival. Estuve viendo toda la actividad que hubo, realmente increíble. Increíble el movimiento que se ha generado.
Movimiento, sí, estaba hablando con Clevenger, espero yo te envié un código por estar en la celebración de Clevenger, lo voy a compartir con todos los amigos. Él me dice, Luca, yo tengo 80 años y nunca en mi vida he visto un line-up con profesores, conciertos, fantasía. Eccolo, Mr. Martino, il mafioso del gruppo. Eccolo là. Me, are you talking to me? Mr. Martino, are you talking to me?
No te escucho.
You're talking to me.
No, he's playing games.
¿Qué hace?
No lo so. He's playing games, some video games.
Sí.
Okay, so the Clevenger was very impressed of the imagination, and he asked me information about how many people work inside the team, and we are about 20, even if it's online. We need people from TV, production, many. This is crazy, but at the end, we did all that we promised, and this is the most important thing.
Yeah. Today is the concert, the strange concert in there.
No. Okay.
Today or now?
Okay.
Today.
You have to go. You have to go in the socials, and there is already 2 videos of our concert on the air.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
tonight.
and you play Caruso or no?
No, finally, believe me, we didn't. Okay, I was telling this to the composer that he composed also, and what happened in the middle of the streaming, and some wind, very strong wind, put my stand out, and the music is in the air. So we start to play. Love is in the air, pa 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 pa. So I lost half of the music, and so I stopped the streaming, and I said, "What the hell is going on here?"
Yeah, I can't believe it.
But your music will be in our CD. We will make a CD, and we will put Caruso on the CD. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for the arreglo, the arrangement. Yeah.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
So I think it's missing one of you, right? Where is Chichucho?
Yeah, Pichulo falta.
Pichulo. ¿Dónde está Pichulo?
He's trying to make it.
He's trying to make it.
He said that it's wrong. I don't. He can't. He can do it.
Okay, I want to
Just
thank.
Just a minute.
Okay, no problem.
Ahí está.
We have the whole day. No, I'm joking.
No.
I'm joking.
No problem. Luca, ¿cómo facciamo? How you think this is better for us? Maybe answer question. Talk about us, about the history.
Fernando,
yeah.
I think you need to make a little bit of history of the group, and then every one of you can add somebody. Okay, we work in NOMILA like this, and we project, how the structure of your quartet is made it, and musically, of course, you normally play tango, which is you become very famous for your repertoire, but you also play Caruso or many others. So it's a flexible group, and then later on, Luis Martino, el mafioso, puede hablar también cómo conquistar la gente, el público, no solamente las chicas, sino el público, la gente con la energía del grupo. Tú tienes una energía fenomenal cuando toca. Y naturalmente contamina los músicos y contamina naturalmente las personas. Porque cuando yo escucho tu grupo, estoy así. Me gusta escuchar más, ¿entiendes? Claro. Perciò es la energía, la cualidad, todos eso juntos es un buen show, un great show.
Fantástico. Podemos hacerlo en español, quizás es más
naturalmente,
cómodo para todos,
tenemos más personas aquí, española o una italiana, ma 2, 3 italianos, están todos de Sudamérica, vedo mi amigo. Okay. You can start, Fernando.
Falta Gustavo, como siempre. ¿Qué pasó? Bueno. Mientras tanto, ahí está Gus. Cristian, vos estás viendo a ver qué pasa con Gus. Podemos ir, Luis.
Yo me encargo.
¿Nos escuchás, Luis? ¿No tenés audio? Quizás está silenciado, Luis, ¿puede ser?
Potete vedere, potete chiamare. Vamos solucionando.
Bueno.
Stefano.
Conectar con audio.
Hola.
Ahí está, perfecto.
Ok.
Bien ahí.
¿Quién más? ¿Quién está?
Ciao, bello.
Ciao. ¿Qué haces, Luca?
¿Cómo está? ¿Todo bien?
¿Cómo va?
Muy bien. Un poquito cansado después dopo una semana como esta. Naturalmente es 12 horas cada día de transmisión. Es una experiencia única, también muy me cansó mucho. Ma hoy es el último día y tengo los amigos, se puede hablar, Después está Clevenger, la celebración, después de vos. Vamos, ¿empezamos?
Bueno, comenzamos.
Sí.
Comenzamos, hasta que entre Gustavo. Bueno, a ver, si podemos ver. Bueno, ante todo, muchas gracias por la invitación, por estar aquí. Gracias, Luca, por todo. Realmente, como veníamos hablando, increíble el festival, increíble. Fantástico todo. Y bueno, tenemos este momento, no queremos tampoco robarle tiempo a todo lo que viene con Clevenger después. Queremos saludar a todos los que están presentes. Veo que hay muchos amigos de Latinoamérica, mucha gente, algunos italianos también, así que bueno, un gran saludo, para nosotros es un placer estar aquí. Y bueno, quedamos un poco a disposición, un poco de las preguntas y lo que deseen saber. Luca comenzó hablando sobre cómo es que nosotros trabajamos o hemos logrado formar el cuarteto y en base a qué idea, digamos. Bueno, la idea de BAYRES siempre fue, desde el comienzo, poder hacer una música totalmente diferente a lo que se hace normalmente en los cuartetos de cornos, de trompa, ¿no? Hola Jorge, ahí estoy viendo los chats. Entonces queríamos hacer una propuesta totalmente distinta a lo que se venía haciendo. El repertorio de cuarteto de trompa muchas veces es un poco... no hay mucha variante, no hay un repertorio demasiado amplio, entonces se cae muchas veces en adaptaciones, en arreglos, y dijimos, bueno, ¿por qué no hacer nuestra música en principio, ¿no? Y comenzar con esta idea de poder tocar música argentina. También la idea nuestra es hacer música latinoamericana, pero bueno, comenzamos con un estilo que es difícil, que es el tango, que tanta repercusión internacional tiene y que es muy, en Europa se nos identifica mucho la Argentina con el tango, que en realidad es más de la ciudad de Buenos Aires que de la Argentina, ¿no? Porque la música argentina es mucho más amplia que el tango. Pero bueno, arrancamos con este proyecto y realmente estamos disfrutando mucho de lo que causa, lo que un poco Luca estaba hablando, de la sensación que causa, la energía que genera una presentación, no solo de este repertorio, sino de cómo es presentada la música ante el público. Yo creo que un poco lo que está sucediendo ahora es que las cosas tienen que ser un poco distintas a lo que se viene haciendo en un formato muy antiguo. El formato de concierto que nosotros tenemos en mente es un formato de hace 2 siglos prácticamente que se viene haciendo. 4 personas que ingresan a un escenario, tocan, saludan y se van. O sea, no hay otra cosa que ofrecer más que la música misma. Entonces, la idea nuestra era un poco poder pensar en una opción que sea que sea distinta, de uno pueda llegar a la gente de una manera diferente. Entonces, incorporamos elementos de los cuales nosotros mismos producimos dentro del grupo, elementos que tienen que ver con los audiovisual, que tiene que ver con imágenes, que tiene que ver con interactuar con el público, con hablar, con contar una historia, donde la gente pueda sentirse parte del show y no solo un espectador. Entonces yo creo que ahí es donde genera una energía, un ida y vuelta, una sensación de que la energía va y viene desde el palco a la platea. En el caso presencial, ¿no? Ahora estamos en una experiencia nueva que es todo virtual, pero que también creo que se puede transmitir y generar esa energía. Como dice Luca, que a él le genera la idea de que él ve y quiere seguir escuchando, quiere seguir viendo, ¿no? Yo creo que ahí tiene mucho que ver con la entrega, tiene mucho que ver con qué es lo que nosotros buscamos cuando vamos a tocar, qué es lo que queremos hacer, ¿no? Si queremos solamente tocar, si queremos, no sé, mostrar las habilidades que podamos tener como cornistas, o queremos realmente transmitir una energía y un mensaje a través de la música y nuestra música, ¿no? En este caso, el tango. Digo en este caso porque nosotros no somos un grupo de tango, somos un grupo de cornos que estamos en este momento tocando este repertorio, pero que podemos mudar y que podemos tocar perfectamente repertorio tradicional, podemos tocar todo lo que exista para esta formación. Pero lo importante es que sean cosas que a nosotros nos llene y nos provoque esa energía a la que podamos transmitir, ¿no es cierto? No sé si se comprende un poco, se entiende todo lo que estoy hablando. Espero que sí. Bueno, me gustaría dejarle paso un poco a mis amigos, a quienes integramos BAYRES, que puedan también contar qué es lo que sienten ellos desde esta perspectiva, ¿no? De lo que es presentar un show, que es un show, que no es solo un concierto, es un show, es un espectáculo, es un algo que una persona va a ver y participar en forma activa, no solamente como espectador, mero espectador de escuchar un audio, sino sentirse parte de algo que está sucediendo y de un todo. Así que bueno, no sé, si alguien me puede ayudar por ahí, Cristian.
A ver, Cristian. Sí, yo creo que buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Cristian Moravito, para quien no me conoce. Soy el corno grave del grupo. Y creo que, así como decía Fernando, es aparte de ser un gran placer para nosotros cuatro como colegas y amigos que somos, también es sumamente importante para nosotros eso que contaba Fernando, del disfrute a la hora de tocar un concierto, y que no sea tan acartonado, tan estructurado como suelen ser los conciertos tradicionales, de sentarse adelante de atrás de un atril, tocar la música, saludar, recibir los aplausos e irnos. Yo creo que es mucho más interesante el tema de poder tener un momento agradable con el público, de feedback, de ida y vuelta de información, de algo gracioso, algo cómico, algo que se pueda compartir con otras personas. Yo creo que eso es fundamental para nuestro grupo, y creo que es uno de los objetivos. Digamos, que la gente salga del concierto con una gran sonrisa en su cara y habiendo disfrutado de algún chiste, de algún momento cálido, de algún momento triste, ¿por qué no? Pero bueno, mover ese tipo de sensaciones en un concierto creo que para nosotros es fundamental, y no eso de estar tan estabilizado y acartonado, como dije anteriormente, en la silla, tocando solamente las notas que tenemos adelante, ¿no? Tratando de como el maestro Jacobs decía, de contar historia con sonido para alguien más. Creo que es uno de los objetivos del grupo, sin haberlo pensado anteriormente. Creo que nació naturalmente de nosotros, y bueno, se está concretando con este magnífico grupo, con el trabajo que estamos haciendo en conjunto, sobre todo Fernando y Luis, que son medio como los pilares del grupo en ese sentido. Trabajo continuo y en conjunto de un montón de cosas, desde los arreglos hasta compaginación de los videos, de la edición de los videos, de la creación de los discos. Ya hemos sacado un disco que se llama Concertango, como ya sabrán, y estamos prontos a realizar nuestro segundo sueño, que es sacar el segundo disco, que está ahí en espera por esta pandemia. Pero bueno, sumamente contentos y sumamente enchufados, con una gran energía para poder compartir con los demás todas nuestras emociones y bueno, nuestros proyectos. Así como dije anteriormente en una conferencia, el ser humano nació para tratar de ser feliz, y otra de las cosas que necesita hacer, por lo menos nosotros y yo en particular, es compartir todo el tiempo las cosas lindas de la vida, ¿no? que es la música, nuestro producto final es la música, así que de eso se trata, tratar de compartir nuestra alegría con los demás y bueno, seguir hacia adelante. Luis, te paso la...
Bueno, me pasas la pelota. Sí, creo que hay algo que voy a repetir un poco de lo mismo que dijo Fer y dijiste vos, pero agregándole que creo que el hecho de a veces a la mayoría nos pasa que cuando vamos a un concierto, cuando tenemos un evento, un nuevo desafío, creo que suele, en general, al menos a mí me pasa, yo siempre me agarran ciertos nervios antes de tocar, que después a medida que vamos tocando se me van pasando, se van apaciguando. Y una de las cosas que hemos descubierto, y creo que le ha pasado a todos, a los 4 integrantes, es que la tensión que hay al principio y una vez que escuchamos la primer carcajada, la primer risa del público, ahí es como que nos aflojamos, nos relajamos, o sea, nos sentimos mucho más tranquilos y seguros. Y creo que eso, no solamente el hecho de hacer un show es lo que uno le puede ofrecer a las personas, sino también lo que uno recibe. Uno provoca un ida y vuelta con el público y eso hace que uno lo disfrute mucho más, que uno inclusive se relaje mucho más tocando. Creo que a veces los músicos, especialmente los clásicos, vivimos muy acartonados, muy tensos por el hecho de tener que tocar, por hacer una copia textual de lo que hizo el compositor. Y acá esto el tango es lo mismo, tiene otros shakes, otros estilos, pero no deja de ser tensionante al momento de querer hacer las cosas bien. Así que bueno, nada, hemos conseguido que en un show tiene algunos toques cómicos, a la gente responde bien en este show que hemos hecho con Concert Tango, y eso la verdad que nos ayuda a relajarnos y a disfrutar mucho cada vez que tenemos un concierto con este show. Nada, quería agregar eso.
Luca me acaba de mandar un mensaje que había como un problema de tiempos respecto a lo de Clevenger. No sé si puedes, Luca, aclararnos.
Okay, I'm here.
Sí.
Yeah.
Estamos. Sí.
Okay. The problem is that ¿me escucha?
Sí, perfecto.
Bueno, okay. Esta es la pregunta de la TV que está produciendo esto, ¿no? Tenías el problema de entrada, es naturalmente mi problema, que tú tenías un código errado. Entonces, tenemos más 5 minutos por hablar también otros del grupo y después vamos esperando de él por la celebración. Puede todo el mundo entrar en la Zoom room de Clevenger. Y vamos continuando a celebrar porque tenemos están esperando muchas personas por esta. Discúlpame, naturalmente tienes más 20 minutos de masterclass, pero yo estoy aquí, estoy hablando siempre mucho en la TV me dice, Luca, tiene de cortar porque él no tiene amigos, es una TV de profesionista, dice, mira, tiene de cortar porque todo se la schedule va a saltar.
Claro, sí, ha sido complicado, yo sé que aparte es toda una coordinación.
Perdemos 15 minutos por tú entrar en la clase, estaban 15 minutos. Y esto es, me duele, me suena.
No, está todo bien, para nosotros,
no hay problema.
Nada, un gusto estar acá y vamos a compartir con lo que suceda con Clevenger, obviamente.
Sí, se te puede.
Bueno, dejamos que salude Gus un poquito y vamos cortando, si quieres. Podemos que diga algunas palabras Gustavo, que está por ahí, que logró entrar por acá. ¿Estás, Gus?
Aquí estoy. Bueno, para cortar, primero quería agradecer a todo Italian Brass Week por la invitación, a Luca. Sabemos que lo que están haciendo es algo realmente extraordinario en esta pandemia, así que los felicito. Y si hay algunos problemas de ajuste, no pasa nada, es parte de... han sido uno de los exponentes más importantes de festivales online, así que mis sinceras felicitaciones. Con respecto al grupo, estamos en un grupo de tango. Obviamente el tango requiere aprender bien el estilo, meterse de lleno. Y bueno, también quería decir que próximamente estén atentos para nuestro próximo disco. Bueno, como ya lo han repetido, pero siempre es bueno recalcarlo, que se vienen grandes sorpresas con un disco de Piazzolla, así que estén atentos a las redes sociales, a todo. Y bueno, más que nada, creo que para conformar un buen grupo se necesita respeto, ganas y mucha disciplina y estudio. Esos son los ingredientes principales. Y tampoco no querer de inmediato empezar a ganar dinero, porque esto primero hay que invertir. Cada integrante tiene que invertir y luego, si todos estos ingredientes se suman, seguramente va a haber un éxito. Así que bueno, me despido de todos los colegas de Italia, bueno, del mundo, de Europa y sobre todo de Latinoamérica que nos están escuchando. Muchas gracias por haberse conectado y esperamos vernos nuevamente allá en Italia, ahí con Luca, compartiendo una cervecita. Ahí con los chicos. Y se pasó muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
Que,
muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias
Marina,
al festival
Marina,
y bueno, y a toda la organización.
César, los chicos están... Y a los
gracias.
argentinos que están
Chao.
conectados también, a César.
Chao, Luca.
Marina. Sí.
Chao, Luca.
Chao, Luca, gracias.
Muchas gracias,
Luca. Cariño al cuarteto.
Chao, gracias.
Muchas
Gracias, César.
gracias a
todos.
Chao a todos.
Chao. Ok, tiene que esperar 5 minutos porque vamos abriendo ahora la Zoom.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass for since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Let's just wait a minute.
We are back in the studio, Dale.
Okay.
Are you there?
I didn't hear you for a while.
It's okay, because we was trying to connect in and to set up all the, contributes and you see there is many old friends. Did you see them already?
Yes, I did. I do.
I can see Rodolfo
Thank you.
there.
Eric Reed. Wow. Nice to see you, Eric.
Puoi eventualmente mettermi lo schermo grande?
Nice to see you too, Maestro.
Here we are. So many and so from all over the world. Friday's there. Hello, Fridays. Ciao.
Party Day, how are you?
Party Day.
My wife is on the bottom from mine.
Hi, I'm fine. What about you?
Wow, nice to see you, Eric.
Giovanna is down there. Did you see Giovanna? I can see her.
Yeah.
Nice to see you too, Maestro.
Okay, this is the Dale Clevenger celebration because as soon I understood that last time we didn't have the time to give you.
I'm fine, thanks. Hi, I'm fine. What about you?
Okay, now we gently ask to close your microphones, and we will come, of course, each one of you. That I invited, Rodolfo Fridays, is coming Stefan, Jeziski, and many other guests. Giovanna, of course, I would like that you say something too, and thank you to organize this with me. Okay, if you just scroll the video so I can see if it's some other old friends of Dale is there, just not to forget anyone. Let me see. Okay, I need glasses, but I think we can start. Avete Mahler la quinta? We have a little contribute deal that I think is necessary to play and to show everyone. I'm sure everyone knows it, but I would like to start the celebration for Dale with some music. Allora, Chicago Symphony, vai. Come non lo vedo? Allora mettiti come fai? Che cazzo dici? Stai zitta, porca mia. Ok, grazie. are back in the studio, and we gently ask all the participants to close the microphone, because there is many people that interfere in the communication. So please close your microphone and just let everyone trying to communicate with Dale. So this was the first video that we thought that would be nice to show, and Mahler 5 with Daniel Barenboim. And I would like to ask Dale the emotion that he was feeling during the concert and after the concert. Dale?
I will get to that, the answer to that, a little bit later in my chat this morning.
Okay, so I think you have a clear ideas. By the way, I was listening to your Mahler 5 when I was a student, and that's come up to me, to my mind, to come in Chicago, and I did it just right away. Dale Clevenger celebration, we can just clap. Welcome to Florence. And now you deal your celebration masterclass. You can see that I invite many friends from Spain, from Norway, from Amsterdam, from Paris. I tried to contact Chio, but didn't go through because he's not very technological man. But we have many people, so enjoy.
Okay, all right. You just saw Daniel Barenboim conduct us. And I don't remember the time or place where that performance was. Maybe in Europe or Japan or something. But let me tell you something. In a rehearsal with Barenboim one time, I don't even know what the piece was, but Barenboim stopped the rehearsal and he pointed down to the principal second violin player, whose name was Joe Golan. And he said to him, "Joe, if you were on the street right now, you would be dead." And of course, Joe, why are you saying that? And everybody in the orchestra sort of laughed, but we were curious as to why he said that. If you were on the street right now, you would be dead. You don't breathe. And I thought, string players breathing, this is really necessary? And of course it is. And the title, of course, of the Italian Brass Week is Cosmic Breath, breathing. I have already seen several of the master classes of this week, and they are very fine, very interesting master classes and talks. My congratulations to those participating, and my thanks to all the professors on all the instruments who've given talks and master classes in the Italian Brass Week. It's just super. And it of course involves the teacher giving the class, the students who are listening, and what these teachers are saying is extremely important. And everybody had something very interesting and profound to say about playing the horn and about music. And obviously these master classes and this whole Italian Brass Week is important. It's helpful. It's necessary. It's interesting. All of the subjects and themes and the wonderful lessons and ideas that we've been hearing. And some of these, I want to list them so that we remind ourselves what we've heard all week. Some classes have been on audition preparation, on articulation and tonguing, double and triple tonguing, etc. methods of practicing, how to practice. Warm-up routines. Many people have very, very good personal warm-up routines. We've had classes on the mouthpiece, whether to play on the mouthpiece alone, by itself, or not at all, just in the horn. And if you play on the mouthpiece, how useful is it and how necessary is it? We've had classes on rhythm studies, classes on intonation studies. Of course, there are always classes on sound and tone and timbre and quality and the fundamentals of brass playing, the production of the sound, and so on. We've had master classes on dynamic studies and dynamic contrasts. I saw a master class, I think it was Upcoster, on alternative breathing, alternative fingering, different fingers for the. We've had classes on teaching methods. Of course, there are always classes on breathing, whether to breathe through your nose or breathe through your mouth, or both, and how fast and how slow, and so on. We've had classes on embouchure, the position and the function of the embouchure. We've had classes on interpretation and style, etudes and exercises, extended techniques on the horn. We've had people mention singing euphemistically on the horn. And classes, just saw one yesterday on tension and relaxation while practicing on the mouthpiece. All of these are extremely valuable, and I hope that you've learned a lot from them. I always do. I'm always listening to my colleagues, no matter where they are in the world, what they have to say about these things. Today, I would like to explore something on a different level than the physical, what to do, how to play the horn. I'd like to talk about something on a higher level. I'd like to explore for a few minutes the bigger picture of what we are doing. As I said, not so much the how to do, but what to do, and less technically, and a different way of thinking. And it is embedded in the title of this whole Italian Brass Week. Cosmic breathing, cosmic breath. Let's explore the definition of these words and see how they apply to us when we play and when we think, how we think about music. I ask myself, why am I in music? What drew me to music? Why did I want to play the horn? How did I get here? And what is it that I and we are really doing when we play? And what is music all about? I'd like to think a little more, instead of the physical, metaphorically, metaphysically, and the communication and the language of music and in sound, and the profundity, how profound it is that when we're making music. And as I said, a good place to start is the title of the Italian Brass Week, Cosmic Breath. Cosmic, I just looked up some definitions, and I talked to some people about their idea of what cosmic means. Cosmic means profound. It means evocative. It means inconceivably vast. Cosmic is something that's beyond our imagination. Cosmic is overwhelming. Cosmic is breathtaking. Cosmic is something that is amazing. It's like a giant magnet. Cosmic is never ending. Cosmic is eternal. It is universal. And cosmic is evocative, evocativo. Of what? Memories of the past, memories of family, memories of events. For me, memories of everything, of students, of concerts, of my study. Just seeing some of you brings back absolutely wonderful memories. That's cosmic. Cosmic is a sense of excellence. It's a sense of purpose. It is a whole world that we live in, a world of dreams. So it's a very large subject that we often don't consider enough. And I'm not just talking about symphonic music or opera music. I'm talking about all types of music, jazz, popular music. I can remember one rehearsal we had in New York at Carnegie Hall with Leopold Stokowski. He stopped the rehearsal one day and he says, "If you want to learn how to phrase, listen to Frank Sinatra." We were rather amazed because that means he's heard Frank Sinatra and undoubtedly he knew him. And if it's that important to listen to him, and Stokowski says so, we ought to do it. Now, I've talked a little bit about the world, the cosmic world that we live in. Let's go over to the other word, breath. Cosmic breath. Where does that word come from? Latin and Greek. Breath means spiritus, which has many, many meanings. And there are many words in all of our languages which has the word spirit embedded in the word. Respire. It means to live. Obviously, the breath in reference to playing an instrument, a wind instrument, it has to do with our wind. Arnold Jacobs wrote whole articles and gave talks all his life on wind and song. Song and wind. That's breath. That's spiritus. Everybody breathes. You don't breathe, you don't live. And we don't even think of it most of the time. And there are other words which mean to breathe in, inspire. To breathe out, expire. Expire in English also means to die. When you stop breathing, you die. When you stop breathing on a musical instrument, on a wind instrument, you die in one sense. Breath gives us our sound. It gives us our force of life. It is absolutely we cannot live without breath, both just everyday living and breath in performing in the orchestra, performing music. Even string players, Barenboim wants string players to breathe and not to play like this. And that's the reason he told the principal second, if you were on the street, you'd be dead because you don't breathe. Now, the effects of this cosmic breath of life, on our music is that it's healing. It makes us smile. It makes life better. It's nourishing. It gives us humor. And it is one of the primary reasons why all of us are musicians, why we play our instrument, no matter what the wind instrument, even strings and piano, you have to breathe. And it is an adventure, a process which never, ever stops. I am still a student. I haven't stopped being a student since the first day I picked up the horn. And I consider myself extremely lucky to be in music, to do what I did. I have had all of my life a sense of purpose to try to make the world better. And all of us are excited when we get a new mouthpiece. Oh, I have a new mouthpiece. It's fantastic. Listen to it. We get excited. Or we get a new horn. We have a new horn and we're very proud of it and it's great. And we play the horn and we show everybody our new horn. Wouldn't it be nice if we got so excited about breathing properly when we play? Yes, we take in slow, deep, full, rich, inspired, cleansing breaths. And sometimes we have to take in the same breath very fast. In the middle of a phrase, we have to learn how to do that. Without it, you die. Many of us have heard when we're young, only take enough air to get through the phrase. That's what the high-level professionals can do. Take only enough air to get through the phrase. I never, ever thought that. And please don't teach it to the young students. Teach them to take a breath, which is the breath of life. Spiritus in Latin means breath. And in the Bible, it means the breath of God. It means the Holy Spirit, for those of us who have any kind of belief at all. And I do believe. All of us have a gift. The gift of the love of music. The gift of wanting to play and finding out that, oh, hey Stefan, finding out that playing music is a gift, but it's a gift to the world. It's also a gift to us. It makes me happier to play. It makes me happy to know that somebody is enjoying my playing. And it is one of the primary reasons why I started to play music and I continued all my life. And I am still in the process. Now, I don't do too much professional performance. But the reason that I continue to play, one, I like it. Two, that my students need to hear me play. They need to hear what I have to say. What is my personal feeling and sound idea and artistic idea. So most of the time we have classes, they are about the technical side of playing. And they are absolutely necessary and they are good and so forth. We need to teach more the artistic side of playing. And how do you learn that? By listening. Every day, every other day, listening to music. My students, I tell them, you must listen to a piece of music all the way through and write in your journal about what did you hear? How did that music affect me? What does it say to me? What does it mean to me? So that you're not thinking just about how much pressure I'm using or how much tension in my face or whether you've got a quick breath or a breath or you're thinking about a mouthpiece placement. All of that'll take care of itself. You think of the big picture, and that is, why do we do this? One other little story. The first time that I played Strauss I was at our summer season in Ravenna. And I thought that I was very well prepared to play. And when you walk out in front of an orchestra, a big orchestra, a famous orchestra, that's significant. That's important. So they started clapping. I walked out as a soloist. The conductor's behind me. And we stopped. I said hello to the orchestra, bowed to the audience, and bam, the conductor gave the downbeat. I played pum pa ding pum pa dum pum pa dum. When that was over, and the orchestra's playing the rest of the introduction, my knees started shaking. Ginocchio were quivering. And I said to myself, what? What is this? Is this why I'm playing the horn? Is this what I want to happen when I'm performing? And I said to myself, absolutely not. Why? And I said to myself during this introduction, why am I here? Because I have something to say musically. Now say it, damn it. Do it. And then when I started playing, I forgot about my knees a little bit, shaking or whatever, and the concert went okay. Did I play it perfectly? No. Nobody plays perfect. Anybody who tells you or thinks that you play perfect or tells you that you ought to play perfect, they're liars. Nobody is perfect. And if you listen hard enough, you will hear imperfections. That's not what we're all about. Life is, in a wonderful sense, is perfect. In another sense, it's very imperfect. What's going on in the world today is very imperfect, and we're all having to deal with it. But we're figuring out how to live with this horrendous virus. But I played the Strauss I, and it went okay, and I learned a lesson. No matter where you're sitting in the orchestra or standing out on the stage, I have something to say. Say it to the best of your ability at that moment. And we are incredibly lucky to do what we do, to try to make the world better, to make society better. And we do it with sound. And we play phrases, and we use sound. It's not like the spoken word, like in a play or a drama. It's not like painting and design, like Picasso. It's in sound. And it is unique. It's wonderful. And that's why I think that the title of this Italian brass, Cosmic Breath, Cosmic Spirit, is absolutely genius. My compliments to Luca for thinking of it, for using it. It's absolutely wonderful. But try periodically to think on a higher level than just your mouthpiece, your horn, all of the physical stuff. They are necessary. It's what I call, what we do is like a golden coin. On one side is the art form, everything artistic. It's what the audience hears. They don't care about whether you play first or second valve or how much pressure you're using. They don't care. They only want to be entertained. They want to enjoy what you're doing. And they will forgive a mistake, but they will not forgive being bored. Noioso. On the other side of that coin is all of the physical, the technical, the how-to. It's absolutely necessary. Without it, you cannot play. And we have to balance those two things all of our life. From the first day you pick up the horn until the last day that you hang it up. And I hope that I can play the instrument to some extent the day before I pass away, I expire, which I hope will be a long time. Now, Luca, that's my presentation.
Okay.
And by the way, I've given plenty of master classes on every one of these other subjects all my life.
Yes, but you know what? I would like to give a little space to all friends of yours. And as you know, I'm a gentleman, so I'm starting. Okay, I would like to thank Giovanna to help me out very much with Robert Fox to set this wonderful celebration for you, Dale. So we was working. No, you didn't know about this, but I set this all together with Giovanna and Robert. So thank you, Giovanna, and thank you to Robert. Okay, now we have some friends, old friends, and I will start from Fridays. She's online, and she would like to say hello from you, and you might have a little chat with Fridays.
I don't see Freudis on my thing. Is she still on?
No, she's not anymore? Oh, okay. Maybe she's coming back. But, you know, we have Hans coming, but Rodolfo Epelde, I think he wants to say something to you.
Hi, Dale. Great to see you again and see you so healthy and so active and with so many good ideas to share. Thank you to be so energetic for us.
Thank you.
And then our friends Stefan Jasinski. Stefan, are you there?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, hi everybody. Dale, good to see you. I enjoyed your talk. Good to see that you're doing well. And yeah, great to see you and great to see everyone else. Thanks, Luca, for organizing everything and great to see everybody.
And then
I see Nilo. Ciao, Nilo.
Yes, I would go to Nilo, but we have also Han Chao Min.
Hi, Dale. Ciao Ming from Germany.
How are you? Wie geht's?
Good, danke. Hey.
Ni hao.
Ni hao. I remember a great time. In Germany, you came to the school, give a math class, and stay in my house, and then we cook. You remember that?
That was wonderful. That was in southern, below...
Saarbrücken.
Yeah, Saarbrücken, yeah.
Right. I lived in France back then.
I see. It's nice to see you again.
Hey, you too. You're looking great. I love your math class. Very inspiring. I'm learning, like you say. I love that.
We are always students. Everybody is always, we never stop being a student. I've learned more since I got out of the orchestra almost than when I was in it.
And then we have a very, I mean, you sit near him quite a lot, Otto Carillo. Otto, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Giovanna. Hi, Dale. Great to see you. Great to hear you again. For people who don't know me, I was in Chicago Symphony with Dale for 13 years, and I'm still there. I've been there for now 20 years. So every day we miss Dale not being there. I've learned so much in my own playing from him, and his words, his playing, his kindness, really like a father figure to me on the horn. And wish you the best. Great to see you again, and hope to see you soon in real proximity. So hopefully this will be done
as soon as possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Otto.
Thank you very much, Otto. Nice to see you. Ciao from Italy. And then we have some of the students that, you know, during these years went to Chicago to study, like Nilo Caracristi. Nilo, are you there? Nilo? No, he went away. No, I saw him. I saw Nilo. Where is Nilo? Eccolo là. Grande Nilo.
Ciao, bello.
Come stai?
But your audio.
I have my audio on.
Nilo, your audio.
The audio. Nilo, the audio. E qui parte un...
She's unmuting, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're muted.
You're... Okay. I don't think he can... Okay, but I want to introduce, of course, Nilo Caracristi and Loris Antiga and Andrea Albori. Four of us in different periods. We were studying.
Hi, Maestro. So nice to see you. Thank you for your teaching. You are still inspire me every day in my work in orchestra. Thank you so much.
And then, of course, maybe Fred is back, I don't know. But we have a special guest. I don't know, I can't see because from far I can't see. But I was presenting her, is Manuela Bianchi. Manuela Bianchi, are you here with us? She's the youngest. Yes, I can see her.
Dove?
Manuela Bianchi. I'm talking to you. Yes, I can see her. Manuela Bianchi. Yes! The princess. Manuela, can you hear me? Dale, do you remember this little girl from France, Italia, France?
Wow.
Yeah.
Is she growing?
Okay. Today she played for the Wings to Talent because she was winning the prize 3 years ago, I think, or 2 or 3 years ago. So she played Laudatio and another beautiful piece. And, you know, I think this is kind of the future of the horn because she's 14 now and she sounds like, I don't know. Do you remember Dale Her?
This is a young lady from Lyon.
Lyon, exactement.
Wow.
Yeah.
Comment ça va, Manuela?
The microphone, Manuela, the microphone on. Le microphone.
I think she has her mute on.
Yeah. Puoi accenderglielo te dalla regia?
I don't know. Do you remember Dale Her?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I only want to say hello to Manuela and hello to the beautiful guest. Thank you very much for joining. Dale, this is for you because I think all the world loves you.
I think she has her mute on.
Yeah. Puoi accenderglielo te dalla regia? I don't know. Do you remember Dale Her?
Okay. Now there is a little chaos. Muta tutti. Thank you very much to everyone. We give it back to Dale, and he can keep going with his speech.
I think she has her mute on.
Yeah. Puoi accenderglielo te dalla regia? I don't know. Do you remember Dale Her? Okay. Now there is a little chaos. Muta tutti. Thank you very much to everyone. We give it back.
Now we are back because when all is open and the stay open is going chaos in the Zoom. Now we are fine. A little chaos in Italy is, you know, help us to be creative. You know, when I was living in Germany and it was so, you know, all the rules, I was kind of going crazy. So that's why I'm living in Italy. Dale, keep going. Thank you very much to everyone that joined this Dale Clevenger celebration. And I'm sure you have more things to say to us.
Well, actually, my last statement was what a genius it is that the title of this is Cosmic Breath. And how lucky we all are to be able to play music, to perform, to give the world pleasure. And I could talk about any subject that anybody would like to, if anybody has anything that they care to say or ask me, I would be able to do that. Any questions from anybody? Manuela, can you hear me? Giovanna?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Cindy. I would like to know your opinion. What makes the Chicago brass so different from other brass sections in the orchestras? What makes them so special? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
The brass section.
Giovanna? Hello.
Hello. The brass section was a wonderful brass section before I ever got into it. I was listening to recordings of the Chicago Symphony when I was in Scuola Superiore in high school. And 10 years before I got into the orchestra, I was listening. And there's, I have to say, one or two people as absolute rocks, Gibraltar, that made that brass section what it is. And that is Arnold Jacobs, tuba, and on the bottom of the brass, and Adolf Herseth, Bud Herseth on top. Whenever you hear any of them play, either of them, it sounds perfect. It sounds right. It sounds wonderful. It sounds inspiring. You take a deep breath and you say, oh my goodness. And I lived in front of Herseth. He was sitting right behind me for 35 years. And anybody who sits anywhere near him had to, it was just automatic. You played as much like him as possible. And then the trombone section was wonderful. Jay and Crisafulli and Kleinhammer, and now Jay and Mulcahy and Charlie Vernon, and these guys started, they came in the orchestra as great artists and stars, and they have continued to be that way and to make it that way. And when you put all that together with the leadership of a Herseth, you know, you have a great brass section. There are other brass sections which are very, very good, no question about it. For me, it's in a way, it's not necessary to compare. I just listen to wonderful music and so forth. I have been a guest player in some orchestras, and I heard absolutely fantastic playing by some of the members in the orchestra, stars in the Los Angeles and in San Francisco, and so on. And new people, new players come along and continue a process. They continue a tradition of wonderful brass playing. In Europe, obviously, the person that I grew up listening to was Roland Berger in the Vienna Philharmonic. And his sound, his musicianship, his zeal, his cosmic view of playing opera and symphony was just breathtaking to me, inspiring. There's that word, breath, again. And then I listened to all the other orchestras, obviously the Berlin Philharmonic and its process of wonderful players, wonderful brass playing. But collectively, an orchestra is like a personality. And personalities are not necessarily better than other personalities, people. They are good in their own right. And for 30 years that Herseth and Jacobs were in the orchestra while I was there, I got inspiration every day. Every day. I looked forward to going on the stage. I never was hesitant, oh my, I have to play today, or I look forward to it. It was I was given a gift to love music, a gift of a pretty good ear, and a gift of a wonderful job for a long time, for which I still can't, when I think about it deeply, I can't quite believe I actually did that. You know, sometimes I hear music and I cry. because I miss playing in a wonderful orchestra. I miss great conducting. But, and I ask myself, why me? Why did I get to do that? And one of my students said to me, why not you? So I consider myself fortunate beyond, fortunate in a cosmic way to have done what I've done. And all of these reasons made and still make the Chicago Symphony Brass unique, wonderful, extremely high level. And it's what all of the students should aspire to. And if you try for it, you go for it, you start a process. I want to do this, and you'll be very unhappy if you don't try. You'll be even happier if you happen to get it. You know, in Italy, Luca started playing operas when he was 18 or 19 in Naples.
No, before, much before. When I was 16.
16.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
So all his life, he came to Chicago and he'd already been playing operas. Well, I played lots of operas, but not in an opera house. And, you know, so I love operas, no matter what the opera is. But Puccini and Verdi, wow. This is special. And we played lots of operas in Chicago because every conductor who came there nearly every conductor was also an opera conductor, and they wanted to do concert performances. So these reasons are why Chicago was and is what it is. You know, and other orchestras are going to change personnel, and other orchestras are going to get better and a little less better depending upon who they have there, depending upon who's conducting. But we do it for the world, for the audience, and for the whole world. When I was in Chicago, I was lucky enough to make more than 700 recordings. 700. And I didn't know when I got in the orchestra that would happen. But every conductor who came wanted to make recordings with us. And most of them did. And we recorded every week on the radio anyway. And they made recordings out of those. So I've been fortunate more than I can even express to you in words. But that's why it's cosmic. Any other questions or comments? I don't know how much longer we can go, Luca. But
I think, okay, I would like to show you one, okay, you know, the Italian Brass Week usually produce a show. One of the first show that we did was with you on the Ponte Vecchio. We have a little contribute of 2 minutes, il contributo del maestro sul Ponte Vecchio. Just wait a second and just remember yourself on the Ponte Vecchio. Yeah, with Sabrina behind, near you.
She was turning pages.
Exactly, and she's just saying hello. Vieni qua, Sabrina, vieni. You can say, Sabrina, she's taking care of the project, the Cosmic Breath.
Ciao, Sabrina. Così bene.
Okay, now the contribute.
Okay. Va bene?
wonderful playing. And I think Stefan Jasinski was with us that year. Stefan, are you there?
No, he's gone, I think.
Okay, but I want to remind how beautiful it was to play on boats and how many times we did this show. Did you know that yesterday we were on the hot air balloon?
Fantastic.
And I think that is the first time that classical musicians go and play on top of Florence, and probably in all Europe nobody ever did it. So, Dale, I really thank you very much, not only to be with us, but to be Dale, my friend, and the honorary president of the festival, and to give us so much knowledge and friendship and love every time you come in Italy.
Thank you.
I thank you very much, Dale, and I miss you very much. So
thank you.
Please come back very soon. Thank you, everyone who was joining this. Dale, you want to say something?
Thank you to everybody. It's been a wonderful week. Luca, congratulations to you. Absolutely super, super work.
Thank you.
I don't know how you can do better than what you're doing, but
it's going to be hard in the future.
Yeah. You go have a nice rest and have glasses of Chianti.
Yeah, 2 glasses.
Okay, do it.
Grazie, gracias a todo el mundo. Dankeschön. And we keep going. Watch us in YouTube, because now we have something special, and we will give a prize for the fidelity. The persons, ladies and gentlemen, that was more in the masterclass will win, of course, the scholarship for next year, Italian Brass Week 2021, and there is some other surprise, including, surprise. I can't tell you more than that. They are like this. Stop! Don't say anything. Surprise on YouTube. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Ciao. Thank you. We love you.
Thank you.
Is a DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece, and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company, merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. We are back in the studios and the hot balloons are moving. You see, we have, and now is the moment, I think the most important moment at all entire Brass Week, because me and Tanya, we are going to thank all the participants, but all the team, Italian Brass Week team, because without all this team, this Italian Brass Week wouldn't be possible. So I start with from the ladies, and I would like to thank very much for the work everyone. There is no one more important than the other, but I will start with the project manager and communication, Sabrina Malavolti. Sabrina, vieni qua. And yes, I can't see Sabrina. Yeah, good.
Now we
Where
are
she
in the
is?
mood.
I don't
of,
see her. Ah, there she is. Okay.
Yes, okay. We are in the mood of dancing. We are very, very, very happy. And after Sabrina, of course, I have been working the whole year with Beatrice. She's watching from Zoom. Thank you, Beatrice. And of course, after Beatrice, all this imagine behind us is made by Giada Iona. Please, Giada! Here is Giadina. Giada is our graphic, and she made all the imagine, all this. Of course, I will present you all the production later, because without them, really, we wouldn't be would be not possible to do it. So we keep going with our social and our organization. They come together. Benedetta Borghi and Giulia Mancinelli. Thank you very much. I say first the ladies and later. You know, I feel so lucky. I go in the middle of the ladies.
Wait, I put mine.
Whoa. Okay, I go in the middle, like zooming meta, in the middle of the ladies. And yes, move. Okay, now we have Emilia, that she was so passionate with all the students. 4,000 students apply. Bravo! Facci la sfilata. Thank you very much. Vieni qui davanti a noi, perché we need to squeeze. We need to squeeze. Yes, okay. Okay, now another lady, which is the last two ladies are the most important, and I always consider that we have three ladies left and many others in Zoom, but not to make. Franca Zani, she's the money lady. Qua, canta a me. Qui, benissimo. And now, two others. One is Marilisa Santoro, our lawyer, and Arzeka Gabugli. And then, of course, the sister that was taking care of also the social media, Rossana Santoro. Okay, squeeze, go together. Mamma mia, quante donne! So many women! Yeah! Ora abbiamo gli uomini, Okay, I want to thank Tomomi Mangino from New York, Ashley Christensen from New York. I want to say thank you very much, Sofia Cortese from Brazil. Our Sophie, mamma mia, Gallagher, thank you very much from England. I want to say thank you very much. Ashley Christensen, I said it. Okay, thank you very much, Ashley. And then we have also, this is the girls. I think I didn't forget anyone. Now we're starting with the men's. So, big work for Pari Decano, our vice president. Grande Pari! And from Valencia, Alvaro Barbancino. Grande Barbaro!
Ciao tutti, thank you.
And now we had some people, of course, from Japan, like Katsuhiro, that helped us for the communication. We had Ray Kong from China that helped us with the communication. And then we had, of course, now we jumping in the studio. So this is the people that stream and was very passionate with me the whole week. because to organize something like this is very difficult. So the point is that I want to call il nostro Alessandro Alino. Please, Alino. In the middle of the women, vai, acchiappane due. Then we have Stefano, that was really passionate with me, but with his way of being, always give the right balance. Grazie Stefano. Okay, I introduced Davide because he has been very passionate with me, and I want to hug him. I want to hug him very well. Thank you, grazie. And finally, the boss, the producer, Maurizio Baldini. Imagine him. Grande Maurizio! So, Benjamin Prestaller from Südtirol, he was the person that took care of all the masterclass. He's not in the chat, but I want to thank Benjamin too. So this is more or less, you see, we have many people working for the Italian Brass Week, and there is many people abroad, like I was saying, Japan and China and New York and Chicago and Oregon and so on, Valencia, and of course Pascal Rosset in Swiss. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, we have a wonderful video. Just stay with us. We have a wonderful video that Maurizio edited, okay? And we would like that you see it with us. So we go fast, and you will see this as a prima vista, prima volta, first time, and enjoy. So, thank you!
Which video?
What? Siamo ancora in studio, eh? Okay, wait a few seconds because the people was here and they have to go there. So, should I dance? No, I'm joking. Come on. Come. So we are back in the studio, and very, very, you know, is emotional to have a festival like this and to see this kind of videos as kind of something that I still can't believe. I still can't believe. So we need to keep going because it's 7 o'clock, and our friends from Russia. Yes, my friend Sergey is waiting to be connected for the show that needs to go on. The show must go on. So, from Russia, St. Petersburg, the Russian horns.
называемся «Российский роговой оркестр». И несколько лет назад мы решились возродить старинное русское искусство игры на роговых инструментах. Это искусство появилось в России еще в XVIII веке. Первый роговой оркестр появился в Санкт-Петербурге в 1751 году. Произошло это весьма случайно, потому что по приказу Семена Кирилловича Нарышкина его главный музыкант, капельмейстер Ян Мариш, изготовил необычную забаву для охоты императрицы Елизаветы. И он придумал просто гениально, он собрал охотничьи рога, грубо звучащие, придумал их сделать один немного длиннее другого, получил полутона, хроматизм, и стало возможным с этого момента исполнять классическую музыку. И вот такая вот забава на следующие 100, почти 50 лет осталась в российской культуре. Потом этот жанр исчез, считалось, что невозможен к возрождению, и в советской энциклопедии так и написано, что жанр был, жанр исчез, и, в общем-то, нет шансов на то, что мы услышим снова роговой оркестр. Вот с этой вот строчкой мы поспорили, и поэтому 10 лет назад организовали российский роговой оркестр и сделали все эти инструменты своими руками. Об этом я расскажу дальше. А сейчас марш Преображенского полка, возможно, в том звучании, как его слышала сама императрица 250 лет назад. Благодарю. В этом оркестре один человек имеет возможность сыграть только одну ноту. В этом тот самый старинный основной принцип, который мы сохранили, который достался нам из глубины веков. В руках у музыканта может находиться несколько инструментов. Соответственно, своей партии он сыграет только один из них. Только во взаимодействии всех музыкантов, только в сочетании всех звуков мы имеем возможность услышать мелодию, гармонию и в целом получить само произведение. Поэтому работа над некоторыми нашими произведениями, которые есть в нашем репертуаре, занимает достаточно продолжительное время. Но роговой оркестр имеет возможность сыграть не только музыку медленную, виртуозную музыку тоже может играть. Фрагмент из увертюры Джакомо Россини «Вильгельм Тель». Спасибо. появились в России, они назывались живыми органами. Но почему органами вы понимаете? Потому что мы устроены, собственно, как орган. От маленьких трубочек к большим и живой, потому что играют живые люди. Но невероятная особенность этого рогового оркестра в том, что сливаются звуковые волны. И вибрация от больших инструментов сливается с вибрацией других инструментов. Эта вибрация как раз то, что проникает здесь сейчас у вас. Потому что все мы звукопроницаемы. И звук рогового оркестра имеет очень сильное воздействие на человеческий организм. И мы знаем это точно, потому что проводили исследования. Чем похож на орган роговой оркестр именно в звучании? Мы сейчас вам продемонстрируем на примере Аве Марии Джулио Качини. руками по чертежам, по формулам. И это копии. Дело в том, что те инструменты, которые были изготовлены в 1751 году, они, конечно, не дошли до наших дней. Но в момент, когда наступил день коронации Александра III, выяснилось, что нет рогового оркестра, он был вписан в протокол, и поэтому для того, чтобы подготовить эту церемонию, обратились к мастерам, и Карл Штекельберг изготовил на свои средства комплект роговых инструментов, и этот комплект сейчас хранится, это единственный комплект исторический, он хранится в Шереметьевском музее в Санкт-Петербурге. И вот эти инструменты, которые там хранятся, мы изучали, и мы сделали по своим уже чертежам и формулам современные инструменты. Вот таким вот образом это произошло. Я хотел бы пригласить на сцену солиста, тромбониста Андрея Салтанова. Мы исполним романс лягушки композитора Вацлава Трояна. Спасибо. мультиинструменталистом, аранжировщиком, композитором, человеком удивительно активным и ярким, с Аркадием Шелкотовым. И вместе с Аркадием мы создавали программу, которая была посвящена таким стилям, как блюз и джаз. В нашем репертуаре есть произведение, которое Аркадий написал специально для наших выступлений, и очень часто мы это произведение играем, я рассказываю об Аркадии, и обычно это произведение звучит в исполнении нашего солиста Ниса Бошева. Но сегодня как раз тот самый вечер, когда это произведение будет исполнено самим Аркадием. Аркадий Шелкотов. Сейчас мы исполним произведение вам известное, но прежде объясню почему. Дело в том, что Ян Мариш, когда создавал роговой оркестр, он планировал, что этот оркестр будет аккомпанирующим для солирующих волтов натуральных. Но так получилось, что Ян Мариш не смог научить крепостных людей играть на натуральных волтах, поэтому в истории остались только роговые оркестры. И вот мы решили в 21 веке эту его мечту воплотить, поэтому в нашем репертуаре достаточно много аккомпанементов. И сейчас прозвучит болеро Равеля. Спасибо. Кирилл Солдатов, Андрей Золтанов, Аркадий Шевченко, Александр Львович, российский роговой оркестр. думаем о том, как развивать свой репертуар. Потому что, конечно, до наших дней мало сохранилось той музыки, которую писали для роговых оркестров еще в 18 веке. Поэтому приходится очень много придумать, и поэтому мы, в общем-то, стараемся брать просто, может быть, музыку интересную и делать из музыки разных жанров, все это собирать и исполнять роговым оркестром. Поэтому у нас есть музыка для фортепиано. И сейчас следующее произведение это 1862 ноты. И если все эти ноты по одной сложатся в правильной последовательности, то вы услышите лунную сонату Бетховена. Однажды при дворе Григория Александровича Потемкина освободилось место капельмейстера. И были разосланы гонцы во многие страны, и в конкурсе принимали участие многие известные композиторы. Как вы думаете, кто победил? На мо начинается, на царт заканчивается. Правда? Победил Моцарт в этом конкурсе, и Моцарту сделали российский паспорт. Ему назначили невероятно 50 тысяч золотых рублей жалования, и он был готов приехать в Россию. А все потому, что он написал пьесу для рогового оркестра Святейшего князя. Эта пьеса понравилась, ее разучили и пригласили Моцарта работать. Но так получилось, что в тот момент, когда Моцарт практически уже был в карете на пути в Россию, Григорий Александрович скончался. А ровно через 2 месяца не стало Моцарта. Естественно, так получилось, что ноты этой пьесы затерялись. И вот поэтому мы играем Баха. Это на самом деле шутка лишь отчасти, многое в этом рассказе правда, но шутка будет сейчас впереди. Шутка Баха. Пришла идея играть музыку Вивальди, и началось все это. Началось все с того, что мы решили сыграть времена группы. И, скажу вам честно, это виртуознейшее, сложнейшее, даже для струнного оркестра произведение мы смогли исполнить. И 7 лет длилась эта работа ради вот этих 45 минут на сцене. За эти 7 лет мы сделали более 70 аранжировок на разные составы, изготовили десятки дополнительных инструментов, чтобы не потерять ни одного звука, провели сотни часов репетиций. В результате эта программа есть, и даже завтра прозвучит в Москве, не скажу где. Но на этом мы не остановились. Мы решили, что как раз-таки музыка Вивальди очень подходит для репертуара рогового оркестра, и решили, что эту музыку можно играть не только с духовым деревянным квинтетом, но, например, играть с медными инструментами. И поэтому мы сделали переложение концерта для 2 виолончелей, для рогового оркестра и 2 флюгельгорнов.
back in the studio, and we have a special view. Florence, the brass, playing on top of this amazing hot air balloon. Now we have one of the most impressive trombone player, musician from all over the world. Zoltan, are you there? Yes.
Yes, there he is.
Ciao, Zoltan.
Ciao,
Welcome.
How are you?
Good, very good. I try to technical thing. Try to max out the screen, and I see 1/4 of the screen. Is it good?
It's okay. We can see you very well, hear you very well. You're looking handsome, and what else you want from life? Yeah, exactly. A beer belly.
Yeah, I'm at my practice room. It's a garden. We have a garden here.
Good.
Garden in Vienna, and that's where I got away from the girls and from the newborn to not make her cry with my playing.
I believe you. So, anytime you can start your masterclass, as usual, we can ask the student if they want to make a few questions, and if they want to, we decide that you are playing, you ask questions. It's going to be interactive masterclass.
Okay. I don't know, because I was thinking about what to begin with, and I don't know if I should play something everybody knows, like the Schnapsody, or shall I play something I'm working on?
Whatever you play is going to be a success, because there is nothing that can, you are such a great virtuoso. So do your own project.
Okay, so I don't know how many guys are on or not on.
Okay, you are on YouTube also, so you have the Zoom room and YouTube and Facebook. So just communicate with the Zoom room, and all the rest can just put a comment, but not interact with you.
Okay, because I don't see, I just see the few, the shared screen. Okay, so what everybody knows, or I don't know, or because it's my name on it, that it's with me from 8 o'clock. So my name is Zoltan Kiss. I play in the band called Nozzle Brass. It's a very serious and boring brass band, and I'm doing it now 15 years in June. 26th of June was 15 years ago, my first gig. And and since then it's all started to be a crazy exciting ride with the band, who's now in a forced break. But a few days ago we were able to play live in Melk. I think a few guys saw it live. I think it was 5,000 live watched, and now it's over 100,000 views on the video. So it's pretty good. Okay, so enough bragging. I'm gonna play something. I'm working on. I found this music. I don't know where I found it. It's called Nocturne, Chopin Nocturne, and it's the cello version. And I thought I'd do a trombone version, and because I like so much the melody, so I'm just gonna have a go at it. I'm still kind of practicing it, so just forgive me. I'm gonna try to read it, so you know how bad I am. All right.
Yeah.
Are you there? I feel like I'm alone in the world. I have no audio of anybody else, anything else.
Okay, you wanna the students if they want to ask something to Zoltan, they should put on the audio. Sabrina, mi metti la schermata così vedo se. Thank you. Okay. Okay, you have a few of them there. Can you please put the microphone on, everyone, and the video on? Maybe also helpful to have an interaction. Guys. Ladies and gentlemen, yes.
Yes.
In Italy, everybody now is eating, I believe. Okay, if you have any question for the Maestro Zoltan Keys, please take the time to ask. Don't be shy.
Well, over there.
Smelling no piece.
Is there any? I just
Writing.
see two lovely persons on the screen. Hi. I just see you, Masha, and Anushe. Yes. Okay. Whew, said it right. All right. Cool. I don't have any. Wait, chat. I have to. Oh, here you go. Sorry. Now I see chat. Is nothing there. Come on. Ask me something.
Come on, go ahead with the questions. Put your microphone on, only one by one.
Oh, that's better.
Some courage. Courage. Okay, I think they are very shy. Okay, I think we have some question. I would like to ask you something like personal, but about music. When you start to play the trombone, what age you was, and why the trombone? How you fall in love with trombone?
Yeah, I think the age was it was around 12 years old. I'm always changing it. It depends if I'm unimpressed. 13 or 12, I think. I originally danced, so I was in a dance school, and I always wanted to play music, and my brother plays the trumpet, so I wanted to do something like a trumpet or something cool. And something cool I saw on TV was saxophone, so I wanted to play the saxophone. So I was playing piano for two years, and then I changed to clarinet, and I played clarinet for a year. And after 1 year playing the clarinet, I decided definitely it's not an instrument for me, because you can't believe it. They're always telling us this, oh, bleh, the water key, and we get the condensed water out from the horn. And it was like, yeah, get a clarinet in your mouth, play it for 10 minutes, and then you have to go, and you have to always do the spit on the thing to get it soft. And I just couldn't. I just got sick from doing it all of the time, and sick of buying a packet of reeds and one was working. So the mouthpiece is a much better solution. So I wanted to change to trumpet, but of course my brother already played the trumpet and he's very good, and I didn't want to have a competition in the family. So the next thing was I saw the trombone on a concert, and I also always thought that the slide was going, and I thought it's always like this, and they're just pushing the pipe inside. I didn't know there's two pipes together. And so when I saw it, how it works, I was really fascinated how it's possible that the guy go in and out, and so many notes are coming out. So there's I'm not valve instrument. So I said I have to try. So I tried to try, and the teacher gave me the mouthpiece. I played half a year on the mouthpiece. So can you imagine the frustration as a kid, but turned out to be a very good idea. It was in Budapest, Hungary, so it was a very good idea to start with a mouthpiece. So what we do is just pretty much Clodomir or other exercises, just yeah, it was always everything on the mouthpiece, yeah. So once I conquered the mouthpiece and I got the instrument, what was first a tenor horn, so I had to play a tenor horn because my arm wasn't long enough. My sound, I was just really surprised. Yeah, the first like, wow, because we were really lucky that we had this kind of school on the mouthpiece. So we already started with a head start. Once we got the instrument, we just, you know, now we had to put together, yeah, the synchron. We already know how to produce a sound. Now we just needed to go. Yeah, and so we just started playing first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh position, like everybody knows. In Hungarian school, at least how I learned, it was a special book where each exercise was in a specific position. So first, I had to learn everything on the first, all the notes on the second, and they combined the two. Yeah, and then added the third, fourth, the fifth, sixth, and the seventh. So the last etude in the school was all the seventh position to be used. So that was this called the Hungarian trombone school first book. So it's pretty. I didn't know. I thought it's basic. So it turns out I was in a very good school to start. So, but nobody really talked about the range. So that's what I had to kind of figure it out myself. The lower register, high register. We just got like myths about how you have to pressure or non-press, or how to play, what you can do, what you can't do, and I just went against it and I tried to explore myself. I was inspired with the lead trumpet players, so I always listened to the lead trumpet players, and that's how I got into trying to kind of transfer the approach of a lead trumpet player to the trombone. That's how I get on reaching the higher notes than usual. Yeah, so the trombone was always great because the trombone, I think, similar instrument to the trombone, as beautiful as I can't deny, is the French horn. So French horn is, well, you can do whatever you want. And I would say the trombone is like a French horn, but with a slide. And no filter. It's just open. So you can't manipulate. I have to manipulate with my mouth, yeah. But my lovely wife plays the French horn, so I got inspired also to try to imitate, kind of imitate and then become my sound. So not that trombone sound, but more like on the French horn, the bright and round sound, I would say, yeah, to produce. So that's also comes. So it's kind of like a trumpet, a horn, and from the other instrument in the big band I really loved is the bass trombone. So I played bass trombone in the big band when I was in high school, because we were fascinated with the low notes. So I was fascinated with the sound, low notes, high notes, and the technical difficulties, and try to always catch up with the trumpet players. So it was kind of my thing. That was made me going like, okay, get up and, you know, try to teach the trumpet players. Yeah. So what I don't know if it's enough answer for why I'm playing the trombone, because I think it's, for me, it's enough what I just said. And I'm trying to looking at the chat.
There is one. Should I read it?
Oh yeah, you can read it out loud, yeah.
Okay. Hello, I don't have a good internet connection. It's okay. I wanted to ask, do you get nervous before concerts?
I'm getting excited. Yeah. Like now, before I played, I was nervous about, is it gonna work? Where's the mic gonna overblow the mic? Do I gonna see the music? Yeah, and then what happens. But nervous, excited. Yeah, I get nervous after. I get nervous after playing to know how was it. I want everybody to say, shout it out now. Like I play the last note, say it, don't clap, say it. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And that makes me kind of, yeah. Like, but the nervous thing comes from, I think, just not have enough experience, I think. So what I would do with if you are nervous or somebody is nervous playing, I think it's just because maybe didn't play it enough or didn't play it enough in front of other people. Like this was now my first time in front of my laptop. I played this Nocturne from Chopin, and yeah, so it was like, okay, and then I hope the next time I'm gonna play, it's already gonna be the excitement somewhere from here was going down to here, and then after a few times I play it in front of people, it's just gonna be right where my air is. I was just gonna sit on it and just be enjoying it while I'm playing it. Now it's I'm like, ooh, I hear it first time from the beginning to the end. So it's like, okay, I know where I have to watch out, you know, which notes are not wanna always come out, and I know which notes are coming out. So okay, yeah. So that I think it's just routine, just get routine. But there's one more thing from being nervous. I kind of stole the idea and I said it as mine. I don't know if I can do it here, but doesn't matter. So what you do when you're nervous and you want to do something about it and you don't have anybody around to play for, what is the best to do? But if you're at home and you have to play tomorrow in front of people and you know you're going to be nervous, but you want to do something about it. So what you're gonna do is, I have just my daughter's chair here. But so what you do is I'm stand on the chair. Yeah. But before you stand on the chair, you want to make it even more difficult. So you're going to find something. Yeah. You want to be as silly and as embarrassing as possible. You're gonna do this. You're gonna throw something around you. You put silly hat on. Yeah. And the best is to put a few, or jumping jacks, or you go or some push-ups, and then you go on a chair. It's really tiny to feel really extremely silly, and that's where you want to go. And then you go and you hardly can talk because you already did something, and try to play a piece of music. Jumping jacks, and again. And you do it like 4 times. And then the 4th time you hardly can hold the trombone. And you're gonna sweat like a pig. And you go like this. And you go again, and you hardly step on the chair. And everything is wobbly. And everything is weird around you. And you feel terrible. Yeah? So you're out of the comfort zone. And you hardly play it, but you play it. And the next day, you go on stage in your regular dress, and there are people, and the temperature is normal, hotter or cooler, but definitely not like layers of things on you. And you may be a little bit short of breath because you're excited or nervous, but you know that because you played like that, and you know what's gonna happen. And that knowledge that you know what's gonna happen, or something going to happen a little bit better or worse, but the knowledge that you know it gives you that calmness, and the calm energy goes out to the audience, and nobody's not nervous, nobody's really fear for you. Everybody's that calm. Okay, he knows what he's doing. You know, even if here is a mistake, there's a mistake, it can happen. You know, it's live music, everything can happen. Of course, the best is nothing happens, but can't stress over it. You're gonna do your best with the knowledge that, or you did it on a chair at home, looking very silly. So it's gonna be only better. So that's kind of cheating your mind into being relaxed. And one more thing, my teacher told me once, or just imagine that the audience is naked. I have a laugh. I did it as a kid, and I just kept smiling. They asked me why I'm so smiley, and I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to say that. I just imagine everybody is being naked. But that's one just a joke from my teacher. So just to put your mind off pressuring yourself. I have to play well. I have to do it well, and that pressure is just annoying you of making the music. Yeah. And if you have no chops and you play too much, you can still play the music. And you know, you can't play loud, then don't play it loud. Or the sound quality over dynamics. So always look out for that nice middle, you know, in between. Not too less, not too much. I know I'm talking against me. I play way too loud sometimes, but when you find that place, you save a lot of energy, and you have a nice sound. And you always end up playing musical with a nice sound. Something wasn't that loud. It's supposed to be. Something wasn't that, you know, piano is supposed to be. Wasn't that fast supposed to be. Wasn't that high supposed to be. Didn't come out. But the regular just audience who craving the music. They will feel it, and they will say they will feel good. And I think that's the most important, to give the music, you know. And of course you prepare yourself as best as you can at home. Of course homework has to be done, but something happens, you always think you have to give the music, not that D and D flat. Oh, it wasn't D flat, it was a D. Yeah, well, you know, that's the beauty of live music. And yeah, so, and who doesn't like how you play, or doesn't like because is negative about it, and how you say it, like a competition, and like a bad competition way, you don't have to worry about it, people or person, because if you do your best and you really nail every note and beautiful and forte and piano and everything is perfect, like a CD recording, he will not like it, and he will find something to be saying like, oh no, it was too fast, it's too slow, you know, whatever. He'll find something. So you don't have to worry about those people who are there to anyway talk negatively. So just focus to feel good and to make people feel good. You know, like channel your music. It's, you know, very philosophical, but that's at the end. People will love looking at you when you're feeling so good with yourself on stage, and this is the most important. And then you can play really just 2 notes, and people will go like, wow, this is the most beautiful 2 notes I ever heard. So yeah, so that's about it. That's about how I get nervous on stage. Yeah. So I get more nervous talking in my practice room to a screen. That's more unsettling than seeing live people. Yeah, any more question? I see, oh, thank you. Trumpet player, but still likes me. It's great, that's good. That's, you know, the instrument is just a tool. So
man, everybody likes you. Everybody loves you, you know? Okay, remind me one thing. Next year is 2020 plus 1.
Yes, 2020 plus 1.
Okay, so, Sabrina, please write it down. 2020 plus 1 is going to be a show that Zoltan Kiss will present to the Italian Brass Week. 2020 plus 1. 21.
Plus 1, because I'm in 4 days I'm 40. So next year will be 40 plus 1. My daughter will be 1, so it's a plus 1, just plus 1, 0 plus 1. And we are married 10 years with my wife, so it will be 10 plus 1. Hopefully there will be a 10 plus 1 next year. And I think, yeah, my mom is 70 plus 1 next year.
Okay.
Yeah. And the band is 15 plus 1 next year, so it's gonna be a lot of plus 1. So I thought, because of the crisis, I postponed my anniversary party and birthday parties, and I thought I'm just gonna do a plus 1 party next year. And we talked with Luca that it would be fantastic.
We will do it in Italy, and we will make a birthday party plus another one.
Plus 1.
We're gonna, yeah. So we're gonna, yeah. So this is gonna be a party, and we're gonna do a plus 1 party.
Yes.
Where hopefully I can play a few of my favorite things. Let's say.
For sure, will happen. Zoltan, thank you very much. We all love you, and thank you. Give a big hug to your wife and to your kids.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Zoltan.
Thank you.
Buonanotte. Schlaf
Ciao.
gut. Schlaf gut.
Schlaf gut.
Schlaf gut. Tschüssi. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
So we are back in the studio, and very happy when I see Zoltan. I love him. And now we have another person that I really love very much, which is
yeah, our next concert with Rex Richardson.
And Rex is probably the oldest trumpet player that comes regularly in the festival. This year we have a video. Thank you very much, Rex, and enjoy Rex Richardson. back in the studio. And we are very happy now. Okay, I want to thank Rex for the wonderful contribution to video that he made for us. Thank you, Rex. And now I'm very happy to present one of the greatest trombone quartets tonight. I just said that we finish with lots of trombones. And from Brescia, Italy, we're going to present the Mascoulisse Trombone Quartet. Enjoy the Mascoulisse.
Thanks to the invitation by the Italian Brass Week. We opened the concert with a piece by Aurelio Canonici called Medieval Loop, which was written especially for us. And now we would like to play another piece written for us by another Italian composer. His name is Andrea Rosa, and the piece is called Bossa Brevis. Thank you so much. I hope you liked this piece. And the next piece will be a very famous piece written by Vittorio Monti. It's a virtuosistic piece, of course, the Ciarda di Monti. So let's have fun with this. another Italian composer. We chose all Italians, and it will be a famous medley by a composer which is extremely famous for movie music and especially spaghetti western, Morricone.
We are back in the studio, and you can see in the back the concert that we played yesterday, our main show on top of the hot air balloon. Wonderful. Wonderful experience for all of us. And now we go and present our guest, Hiroyuki Kurogane, a bass trombone from the NHK Tokyo. Enjoy, Hiroyuki.
We are back in the studio. What a wonderful concert we just saw.
Yeah, Hiroyuki Kuragane just made a wonderful concert, and domo arigato, Hiroyuki. And now we jump from Japan to Costa Rica, and Son de Tikizia, the salsa group, and we can start now to get in the mood of dancing, don't you think?
Party mood, yes.
Son de Tikizia, Costa Rica, salsa!
15 secondi per parlarti delle incredibili offerte che tutti i giorni trovi su Amazon. Non perderti aspirapolvere, computer, scatole, barbecue, lampada da tavolo, cuffie, profumi, TV, abbigliamento.
conocí a una mujer que quizá por fin es para mí. Yo no quiero ya saber de nada más por si es así. Cada día yo aprendo más de sus maneras. Cada día yo aprendo más de que me fascina. Desde que entré en mi vida yo siento alegría. Que lo que tal me este camino para soñar. Qué bonito es soñar con ella. Cada vez que la veo se me va bella. Qué bonito es soñar contigo, mujer. Cuando yo sueño contigo todo lo malo lo olvido. Oye, mujer. Qué bonito es soñar contigo, mujer. Para mí tú eres mi inspiración. Por esta cosa buena te dedico mi canción. Qué bonito es soñar contigo. Pero que vuelta por aquí, vuelta por allá. Oye, la cama mamita, qué bonito es soñar. Qué bonito es soñar contigo, mujer. Sueño contigo cosa buena. Me toca para aquí, me toca para allá. Aquí yo me lo pago a sacar a ti, tú eres para mí, yo soy para ti. Oye, qué rico. No quiero despertarte de un sueño, qué rico que es.
Costa Rica, en las congas, queremos presentarle a Miguelito Rojas. ¡Miguelito! tenemos un corito. Queremos que canten todos con nosotros. ¿Quieren cantar? Echen pa' acá, mamá, van a bailar. Echen pa' acá, mamá, vamos a bailar. Echen pa' acá, mamá, venga a bailar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, vamos, vamos, vamos a bailar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, venga a bailar.
Yo contigo quiero gozar, contigo, mamita, quiero bailar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, vamos a bailar.
Vamos a bailar, vamos a bailar, vamos a bailar, vamos a bailar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, vamos a bailar.
Con chivimos, todo el mundo va a gozar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, vamos a bailar.
Ella va acá, 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 vamos a bailar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, venga a bailar.
Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar la salsa de verdad.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, venga a bailar.
Con son de niño y seis y mi voz, todo el mundo va a gozar.
Echen pa' acá, mamá, venga a bailar.
Venga a bailar, venga a bailar, venga a bailar. Vamos a gozar,
Venga a bailar,
contigo.
venga a gozar.
Yo quiero gozar,
Venga a bailar,
yo quiero bailar.
venga a gozar.
Pero que vamos a gozar, porque la salsa rica, es rica en verdad. Yo quiero soñar contigo, quiero bailar. Ah, qué rico es, pero qué rico es. Ey, 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 vamos a gozar, en esta noche, todos vamos a gozar. Hay que gozar ahora, y dice así.
Was a wonderful concert, the Costa Rican Son de Tikizia. Did you was a wonderful concert, the Costa Rican Son de Tikizia. Did you enjoy?
Yes, fantastic. They
Mm,
really kept us alive.
yeah.
After such a long working day and brought us back the energy.
Yeah, and actually to finish with some dance music really put me in the mood to go out and dance. But before going out and dance, we need to thank all our institution sponsor, and I would like to start from the MIBACT that recognize in us a great festival, and of course give us an economical support. Then the Tuscan region, then the metropolitan city of Florence, the Florence city, then the Teatro del Maggio Musicale Fiorentino, which is the place where I play, and they give us the chance to stay the whole week here. So big thank to Mr. Pereira and of course Pierangelo Conte and the whole staff. After that, of course, the Scuola di Musica di Fiesole, Fiesole Music School, and Bose Conservatory. Imagine, of course, a big clap, because they have been the main partner and sponsor for this amazing happening. And then, of course, Ambima, Amici del Teatro del Maggio, Orchestra da Camera Fiorentina, Elastica Records, and Florence Cotter Week. Some other institutions and partners: International Women's Brass Conference, International Horn Society, International Trumpet Guild, International Trombone Association, Associazione Spagnola de Tuba e de Euphonium, e la Fondazione del Sistema. Then we have some embassy and consulate from Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Holland, Portugal, Czech Republic, Germany, Japan, Spain, Sweden, and of course Venezuela, Hungary, Poland. And then we have some others, still embassy and consulate, United States of America, the consulate in Florence, the Repubblica Federale di Germania, Federal Republic of Germany in Milan, Swedish embassy in Florence, France consulate in Florence, Russian Federation consulate in Pisa, and Hungary in consulate in Florence. And this is the sponsor that help us to develop and to make this happen. Buffet et Campon, Paris, Miraform, Germany, RR, Resonance, Italy, Stonevy, Spain, the Brass, Italy, Curia, Germany, Palladium Music Italy, and Saccaino Brass, Germany. Ask GVN for the wonderful dress. Yeah, they provide all the dresses for Tanya, Unicop Florence, and Rotary International. Then we have our media partners, Rai Culture, Rai Radio 3, Rai 3 TV, Amadeus, Sonare News, Teatri Online, Corriere Fiorentino, Firenze Spettacolo, Toscana Tascabile, The Florentine, Tuba People TV, Firenze Notte, Risveglio Musicale di Ambima, Broadway World, The Ape Musicale and Rete Toscana Classica, Convention Bureau, and then we have some more. So, this is more or less all the partners and institutions that support the festival. We are very happy. Thousands and thousands of people follow us, and I only ask that this situation will be better for the next year, and hopefully we will have a wonderful festival live in Florence with all of you, and will be completely different, we know. But at least this year we had something special too, and we experienced something new, and we just want to see with our eyes and our faces. Come. We go here on the camera and we just say bye-bye and see you next year, 2020.
Live here in Florence.
Yes. Thank you very much to
Thank you. Bye, bye,
be
ciao.
with us. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Ciao, ciao, bye.
Okay.